Chapter 680. The Jiang family's heirloom was actually a pair of shoes. Everyone, including Yushu, thought it was a joke. However, after Madame Wei told them the story of her ancestor, everyone came to a sudden realization and completely dispelled their suspicions. This could be traced back to a few generations ago. Prince of Dongjing's grandfather's grandfather was posthumously titled Marquis of Peace, Jiang Taigong. Prince of Dongjing's branch started from this ancestor. It was said that Jiang Taigong was born as a concubine's son. His father ran an escort agency and his mother was not kind. When he was young, he lived a hard life. His neighbor, Squire Zhou, had a daughter who was close to Jiang Taigong. She often secretly sent food and clothes to him. After a few years, Jiang Taigong had grown into a handsome and calm young man. Miss Zhou was also born with a delicate and beautiful appearance. Jiang Taigong intended to marry Miss Zhou, but he was opposed by both parents. The Jiang family imprisoned Jiang Taigong and broke one of his legs. When Miss Zhou heard the news, she sneaked out and bribed the servants of the Jiang family to rescue Jiang Taigong, who was on the verge of death. Jiang Taigong had once been unable to recover from his setback. It was Miss Zhou who enlightened him and persuaded him to leave his hometown and find another way out. After Jiang Taigong suffered this setback, his leg injury healed and he decided to go north to join the army. Before he left, Miss Zhou prepared clothes for him and urged him again and again not to mention the important matter of their marriage. Jiang Taigong felt that he was not worthy of her, so he did not dare to mention it. After that day, he left his hometown and went far away. Coincidentally, the Jin army invaded and the north was in chaos. The Yin dynasty was rarely peaceful. The imperial court recruited soldiers on a large scale. Jiang Taigong changed his appearance and started from a small corporal. His ancestors ran an escort agency and learned some martial arts. After 1 or 2 years of training on the battlefield, his talent in military strategy showed. He was not afraid of death and often acted as the vanguard to kill the enemy. Gradually, he made a name for himself. After more than 10 years, the north was pacified and the young man returned to his hometown. He had become a brave and skillful general. He could finally hold his head up high and become a man who brought honor to his ancestors. The only flaw was that he had been a bachelor for more than 10 years, and was still single even after he reached 30 years of age. He had never forgotten Miss Zhou, who had shown him great kindness. However, after all these years, perhaps she had already married and had children around her knees. Perhaps the heavens were taking pity on her. Jiang Taigong sent people to inquire about Miss Zhou's whereabouts. He wanted to repay her kindness that day. He found out that after he left his hometown more than 10 years ago, Miss Zhou bade farewell to her parents and left home. She went to the temple to shave her hair and become a nun, vowing not to marry. The ending of the story could be imagined. Now that she was middle-aged, Miss Zhou was no longer beautiful. She admitted that she was not worthy of him, so she closed her door and refused to see him. But Jiang Taigong still wholeheartedly wanted to marry her. He knelt 3 times in front of the temple gate and finally moved Miss Zhou's heart. As a result, this affectionate Miss Zhou eventually became Jiang Taigong's wife, and the couple's marriage was delayed. But it was a lifetime of happiness. This pair of shoes was sewn by my great-grandmother before I left my hometown to join the army. I couldn't bear to wear them, so I kept them at the bottom of the box. When I reunited with my great-grandmother, I took out this pair of shoes and passed it on to my descendants. It was to remind them not to be ungrateful, not to have no ambition, and to treat their wives well. Madame Wei was indeed from a family of scholars. This story, which was a bit vulgar in Yushu's eyes, was narrated vividly and thought-provoking by her. There were a few sensitive girls in the seats. When they heard the part about Miss Zhou shaving her hair to get married, they all shed tears of sadness. Then, they went to Jiang Taigong's temple and knelt down to beg for a good wife. Their eyes lit up with yearning. Yushu thought that if Madame Wei didn't purposely beautify the ancestor of the Jiang family, then this Jiang Taigong could really be called a real man with true feelings. At least, he was more respectable than Xue Pinggui, Xue Shimi, whose wife stayed in the cold kiln for 10 years and gave birth to his children. Finally, when he became rich, he married another princess. Oh, there was also her big brother, that scum. May I know which family's young lady guessed this pair of shoes? Madame Wei looked at Situ Qinglan in the pavilion not far away with kind eyes. Situ Qinglan's eyes turned red after hearing the story. She bowed to Madame Wei and said, "My surname is Situ. Academician Fong of the Taisher Library is my grandfather." Country Foreign hadn't even heard of Situ Qinglan's name before. The matchmakers that Empress Rui had arranged for her were all young ladies of noble families. There wouldn't be such an orphan girl living under someone else's roof. However, she still knew about the Fong family. Madame Wei knew this, but she didn't look down on her. She smiled even more kindly and waved to Situ Qinglan. "Good child, come over to my side. Let me take a closer look. What kind of clever mind do you have to be able to guess my riddle?" Seeing this, Situ Qinglan's breath quickened and her cheeks turned red. Being stared at by hundreds of pairs of eyes, she didn't have stage fright. She lowered her head and smoothed her skirt. She walked out of her seat and crossed her hands in front of her stomach, walking forward step by step. Cui Yun, who also guessed the other riddle, was completely ignored. Cui Yun's face darkened. Cui Axian pulled her back to her seat before she lost her composure. Looking at Cui Yun's angry face, Cui Axian pinched her wrist and whispered, "Forget it. You're not that lucky." She had told Cui Yun the last 2 riddles. If Cui Yun said it all at once, no matter which one was the heirloom of the Jiang family, it would be hers. However, Situ Qinglan appeared out of nowhere. Cui Yun thought she was smart and guessed the dagger first. Situ Qinglan hit her right between the eyebrows. "Sister." Cui Yun was not convinced. But Cui Axian glanced at her coldly. Cui Yun didn't dare to argue with her. She just said in a low voice, "Humph, I'm not that lucky, but she is. She's just an orphan girl. She can't even be a concubine for Prince of Dongjing." Fortunately, her voice was not loud, so no one heard her. Cui Axian didn't care about her complaints. She looked back thoughtfully at Yushu, who was sitting at the same table as Situ Qinglan. She frowned and thought, how could Situ Qinglan guess it was that pair of shoes? It seemed that Yu Lianfang had a special relationship with Commandery Princess Chunwei. Could it be that Yu Lianfang was adding fuel to the fire and ruining her plan? Yushu didn't know she was implicated. She was whispering to Axian Lu about Situ Qinglan. "Situ is so careful. I didn't guess it was a pair of shoes. I thought it was a dagger." Axian Lu stuck out his tongue and said, "I also thought that annoying Cui Yun guessed it right." Axian Lu had this advantage. If she was on good terms with you, she would share the same hatred. Cui Yun didn't defend Axian Lu, but she once targeted Yushu. Yushu didn't like Cui Yun, so Cui Yun gave Cui Yun the cold shoulder. Childish, but worthy of friendship. Of course, if it wasn't for Yushu who sacrificed herself to save Axian Lu's life from Ji Xingxuan, this silly girl would have died a wrongful death. The two of them didn't know what was going on. The elders beside them felt more complicated. Second Mrs. Axian took a sip of wine and said to her sister-in-law, "Second Aunt Xue, I don't know if it's fate or, ahem." Second Aunt Xue interrupted her and gestured to the younger ones beside her with her eyes, hinting her not to talk nonsense. Second Mrs. Axian pursed her lips and didn't say anything else. Anyway, the Axian family wouldn't touch the good relationship of Prince of Dongjing's mansion. This was a lesson from her father-in-law. They just had to listen to it. Others could do whatever they wanted. Second Aunt Xue was relieved. She gently patted Xue Jinchuan's head. Fortunately, nothing happened today. After a while, Situ Qinglan returned to her seat, but she didn't take back the pair of heirloom shoes. Instead, she took a jade pendant that Madame Wei wore. What happened was that Madame Wei didn't deny it. Princess Chang Shu persuaded her, saying that such a meaningful heirloom shouldn't be given to an outsider and should be passed on to her son and daughter-in-law in the future. Madame Wei didn't know that Princess Chang Shu was forcing her to take a stand. Either you give this pair of shoes and recognize her as your daughter-in-law today. We will have completed the task given to us by the Empress and solved your family's biggest problem. Or you take the shoes back. Don't give them to others without a clear reason. You're occupying the manger and not taking a shit. You won't admit it later and we will have to worry about your family's business. Madame Wei was such a cautious person. How could she hastily arrange a marriage for her precious son just based on a puzzle? She thought this girl was smart. But to be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, she couldn't just be smart. She still had to find out what kind of person she was. Madame Wei played Tai Chi with Princess Chang Shu and pretended to be in a difficult position. She looked at Situ Qinglan who was waiting obediently at the side. Fortunately, Situ Qinglan was not blind. She said, "Madam, please listen to me. Even if you were to give me this heirloom, I would not dare to accept it. When I get home, I would have to offer it to you. Thank you, madam, for your kindness. But this heirloom is too heavy for me to accept." Madame Wei smiled and asked the maid to put away the shoes. She took off an old jade bracelet on her wrist and held Situ Qinglan's little glove. She said gently, "What a good girl. What a good girl. I love smart and decent girls like you. Since it's not convenient for you to accept these shoes, I can't let you suffer a loss. Since everyone else has a prize, I'll give you this mud and fat jade bracelet. I've worn it for many years. It's a good thing. Don't refuse it." Situ Qinglan didn't want to be disrespectful, so she accepted it. That was what happened. Xian Lu listened to Situ Qinglan's explanation and snickered. She moved closer to Yu Shu and said, "I think Lon Lon is taking advantage of you. What's the use of an old pair of shoes? It's better to take a bracelet." Exactly. Yu Shu thought so too. Situ Qinglan heard them whispering and knew they were talking about her. She secretly rubbed the exquisite jade bracelet on her wrist and smiled faintly. She didn't care. She knew that things wouldn't be so easy, and she couldn't be too hasty. Today was a good start, and Madame Wei already had her in her eyes. Her chances of success were much higher, and she would have to rely on her own hard work next. She looked around and stopped at Yu Shu. She purposely snorted to get her attention. Then she interrupted, "What are you two talking about me secretly?" Xian Lu covered her mouth and shook her head. "I don't believe you." Situ Qinglan glared at her. She turned to Yu Shu and asked curiously, "By the way, Lianfang, I see that you and Commandery Princess Chun Wei are very close. Have you known each other for a long time?" Yu Shu didn't know where to start. She just answered vaguely. Chapter 681. The banquet lasted until dusk before the guests of the Prince of Dongjing residence dispersed. Madame Wei sat cross-legged on the horizontal couch. She had changed out of her thick auspicious dress and was only wearing a soft cotton robe. Two maids stood in front of her and behind her to remove her jewelry, comb her hair, and serve her to bathe and change her clothes. Jiang Ye stood in front of her and said with a stern face, "Why didn't you tell me about the riddles? Why did you bring the old ancestor's shoes with you? I didn't know about it at all." Madame Wei lifted her hand and twisted off the ring on her finger. She glanced at her and said, "Do you think I can't see your little thoughts? If I told you, you would definitely leak it out in advance. This is an important matter of choosing a wife for your brother, not something you can mess around with. I'm not messing around. Jiang Ye was unconvinced. Didn't you promise me to take a good look at the person I chose? In the end, not only did you make arrangements, you even gave the bracelet my brother gave to someone else. You didn't even ask if I liked it. Seeing her daughter throwing a tantrum, Madame Wei smiled and said, "It's just a bracelet, it's not like I'm going to marry her. As for that Lotus lady you mentioned, I've also seen her. To be honest, she's not as outstanding as you described. Look, I gave her 4 riddles, but she couldn't guess any of them, right? I think it's because she doesn't want to cling to the Prince of Dongjing residence, unlike some powerful women who only want to fly up the branches and become a phoenix." In any case, she didn't like that Miss Situ. She was so pretentious and disgusting. Madame Wei laughed even more happily. Her shoulders trembled slightly. "Mother. What are you laughing at? Am I wrong? I just don't like those despicable people who come for our Jiang family's power." Jiang Ye couldn't help but squeeze to Madame Wei's side and hugged her arm coquettishly. Madame Wei shook her head and slowly stopped laughing. She wiped the corner of her eyes and asked, "Then what kind of woman do you want to find for your brother?" "A woman who hates wealth and doesn't eat the food of the world." "Hualan, you are the daughter of our Jiang family. How can you be so short-sighted?" "All right, I won't say any more. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. I have my own plans. I will find a good lady that your brother will definitely like." After a pause, she poked Jiang Mia's nose and teased, "She's also a good sister-in-law who doesn't dare to bully you." When Jiang Qia saw that she couldn't persuade her mother, she felt vexed. However, she didn't continue to pester her mother endlessly. It was just that whether her mother would listen to Madame Wei's words was another matter. Shui Rui sent Second Aunt Shui and Shui Jinchuan back to their respective residences. He changed into a light outfit and rode out again. Yu Shu and he had agreed to meet at the market on the east side of the city. The Shui estate and the Yu estate, one was at the foot of the imperial city, while the other was on Baochong Street, which was a little farther away. Therefore, the two of them went home to change their clothes. By the time they met again, it was already night time. There was no curfew in the northern part of the city in September. There were only a few small shops, restaurants, dance halls, and music halls that were closed on North and South Main Street. It was the busiest time of the day. When the lanterns were first lit, Yu Shu and Shui Rui led their horses and walked among the endless stream of people. Occasionally, people would turn their heads to look at them, but they didn't recognize them. Madame Wei gave 4 riddles. The answer to each riddle is the same item. Whoever can guess it will get the gift. Among them, there's also a Jiang family heirloom. Can you guess what it is? Yu Shu thought that it was not easy to guess and gave him a few more hints. There's a piece of jade, a dagger, a pair of shoes, and a box of sweets. Unexpectedly, Shui Rui answered without thinking, "It's probably a pair of shoes." "Oh." Yu Shu was surprised and looked at him suspiciously. "Did you hear this from your second aunt?" Shui Rui shook his head. He didn't stop to rest when he escorted his daughter back to the residence. He was afraid that she would wait for too long and wouldn't have the time to ask about these details. "I already knew that the Jiang family's heirloom is a pair of shoes." He smiled and didn't tell Yu Shu that Jiang Huaying had spilled the beans when he was drunk when Jiang Huaying had a drinking competition with him. Yu Shu thought of his unspeakable relationship with that Prince of Dongjing, so she didn't ask further. On the other hand, Shui Rui asked her with some concern, "Which of the 4 riddles did you guess?" He thought that she better not guess the pair of shoes. Otherwise, it would be fun. "I didn't guess any of them." Yu Shu shrugged. Shui Rui secretly sighed in relief. Then, he was in the mood to tease her. "What kind of riddles are so hard to guess? You can't even guess them." He remembered that she was very good at riddles. On the opening day of Wang Ji Lu, it was the Lantern Festival. There were customers looking for trouble in front of them, and in the end, it was Yu Shu who came up with a question that baffled them. Yu Shu said for no reason, "It's not that I can't guess it. I just don't want to be the one who stands out." She muttered, "I feel that today's birthday banquet isn't that simple." It seemed that there were a little too many young ladies. The last part of the riddles was a little abrupt. They even brought out the family heirloom. She didn't believe that there wasn't something fishy going on. "Say, do you think that Madame Wei is planning to find a daughter-in-law for the Jiang family?" Yu Shu didn't guess out of thin air. Prince of Dongjing was still a bachelor over 30 years old. There was a rumor that the emperor intended to marry Prince of Xiang's daughter, Princess Shiwen, to the northeast. Even though it was left unsettled, the position of Princess of Dongjing had always been up in the air. Shui Rui's eyelids twitched. He turned his head to look at her and didn't know whether he should answer or not. Yu Shu caught the movement in his eyes. With one look, she knew that he was up to no good. She immediately stopped walking and said in displeasure, "It's really as I thought. It seems that you already had a plan. Why didn't you tell me?" Shui Rui saw that he couldn't hide it from her, so he confessed, "I was thinking that this has nothing to do with you. It's just you coming over to pay your respects and have a banquet. After that, it'll be over. There's no need to tell you and cause you to worry and misunderstand." Yu Shu had been puzzled since she saw Jiang Mia today. She couldn't understand why she treated her so warmly and led her to Madame Wei the moment they met. When she heard Shui Rui's explanation, she instantly understood. So Jiang Mia had pulled her into the backup army of her eldest sister-in-law. This Jiang Mia, Princess Chun Wei, was truly a good person. To think that she had admired Jiang Mia's true temperament. It turned out that she was also full of schemes. To think that Shui Rui thought that this had nothing to do with her and didn't stop her from delivering herself to him. "What am I worried about?" She narrowed her eyes and looked at him. She suppressed the evil fire in her heart. "Tell me, what are you afraid that I'll misunderstand?" Shui Rui sensed her anger, but he didn't know where it came from. Since they were on the streets, he could only pull her sleeve and bring her against the crowd to a small alley. "Ah, Shu, don't be angry. If I said something wrong, just tell me." He lowered his voice and looked as if he knew he was wrong and wanted to correct it. Yu Shu said gloomily, "Why don't you go ask your good sworn sister?" After the incident with the Fate Destroyer, she fell out with Jing Qin. From then on, she hated people who disregarded her wishes and wanted to manipulate her life. Jiang Mia's actions could be said to have violated her great taboo. Fortunately, she was careful and didn't steal the limelight at Madame Wei's birthday banquet. But even so, Jiang Mia's pretense of being intimate with her had already caused trouble for her in the eyes of others. Shui Rui was very smart. When he heard her words, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. His face immediately darkened and he said in a deep voice, "You're saying that Jiang Mia didn't invite you to the banquet just to accompany her?" Yu Shu didn't say anything, but the annoyed expression on her face clearly told Shui Rui the answer. Fire burned in Shui Rui's heart. He knew that with Jiang Mia's reckless personality, it was very possible for her to act on her own. There was an 80% chance that Yu Shu's name and background were already placed on Madame Wei's desk. Seeing that he was silent, Yu Shu raised her head and looked at him. She saw sparks faintly pulsating in his dark eyes. It was obvious that he was angry. Her heart palpitated and she felt that it was unreasonable to vent her anger on him just now. Based on how much he treasured her, if he found out that Jiang Mia was up to something, he probably wouldn't even let her attend the birthday banquet today. Her heart softened and she moved her fingers that were tightly clenched by him. "All right, don't be unhappy. I didn't do anything wrong. Looking at Madame Wei's appearance, it doesn't seem like she would like a girl like me. I didn't answer any of the 4 riddles, so I don't think I can enter her eyes. You see, I don't have a family background and I'm not beautiful. There are many smart, beautiful, and well-born young ladies at the banquet. How can I be ranked? She was angry because of Jiang Mia's silent scheming. She didn't really think that Madame Wei would like her. Moreover, even if Madame Wei and Jiang Mia had a brain cramp and liked her, they still needed to have the ability to take her down. The emperor would let her, a person who had lost her life, become the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family that he was afraid of. What a joke. Shui Rui's rage unknowingly subsided when he heard her admit defeat, and he placed his hand on her shoulder. If it wasn't out of consideration that there would be people passing by here at any moment, he would probably be unable to refrain from embracing her in his arms, so as to let her know that in his eyes and heart, the woman she spoke of was instead the most satisfied and good girl in the world. Then you don't blame me. Blame you for what? This matter isn't your fault. Yu Shu rolled her eyes at him and hit his chest. At most, I will just ignore that Jiang Mia in the future. Shui Rui thought about it and said, Jiang Mia is a very stubborn person. Even though I don't know why she has her eyes on you, if you want her to give up, she won't easily give up just because you ignore her. What can she do to me? Yu Shu didn't agree. Before today, she thought of Jiang Mia as her friend and was willing to give her face. But after today, who did that girl think she was? Shui Rui smiled and sighed. He patiently explained to her, previously at the Chui family's gambling den, you also saw that Jiang Mia has a temper that wants to see the world in chaos. She loves to cause trouble. If others go along with her, it's fine. But if they don't, she will turn the world upside down and won't stop until she reaches her goal. In my opinion, you don't have to be in a hurry to fall out with her. Tomorrow, I will talk to her face and tell her not to have any ideas about you. When Yu Shu heard him analyze Jiang Mia's temperament in detail as if he knew her very well, she was a bit displeased but didn't take it to heart. She only asked him, how are you going to talk to her? What if she doesn't listen? Shui Rui's eyes narrowed slightly. His handsome face glowed softly under the dim yellow streetlight. He squeezed her soft shoulders and said, if she doesn't listen, I will think of a way to send her back to Ningdong City so that she can't stay in the capital anymore. Ah, Shu, you don't believe me. Under his affectionate gaze, Yu Shu couldn't muster up the slightest bit of rebuttal. She mumbled and said. Chapter 682. On the second day after Madame Wei's birthday, before Jiang Mia went out in the morning, she received a message from Shui Rui, asking her to meet him at Wangji Tower. Jiang Mia was puzzled. She had been in the capital for a long time, but this was the first time Shui Rui took the initiative to invite her. Before this, it could be said that he was avoiding her like the plague. Even though she was confused, she still arrived at Wangji Tower on time. She walked through the front door, and Gue Qi, who was in charge of welcoming guests, led her to the back courtyard, which was off-limits to outsiders. Shui Rui was waiting in the tea room downstairs. The moment Jiang Mia entered, she habitually mocked him, what kind of wind is blowing on you today? You actually remembered me. Shui Rui's expression was indifferent. He did not smile indifferently after receiving her sarcasm and not bicker with her. Sit, what tea do you want? Jiang Mia's nerves were thick, but she had eyes. She could see that Shui Rui's expression was not good. She hesitated for half a step, walked to the opposite side, and sat down. She frowned and asked, who are you showing that stern face for? If you don't want to see me, why did you invite me here? Poor. It's dry in autumn, and it's easy to get inflamed, Shui Rui said to himself. Gue Ba, who was standing at the door, responded in a low voice and turned to prepare. This time, Jiang Mia clearly felt that Shui Rui was neglecting her. She was baffled. Shui Lang, what do you mean? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. What's the hurry? Shui Rui looked at her coldly and said, don't you know what you've done? Yesterday, old Madam's birthday banquet was obviously to choose a princess consort for your brother, but you invited Ah Shu. What are your intentions? Hearing that, Jiang Qia finally understood why Shui Rui was angry. She did not feel guilty, but instead sneered, "You are so nosy. Do I need to specifically tell you why I invited her?" After a pause, she immediately realized that Shui Rui would come to her to denounce her, most likely because Yu Shu had said something to him yesterday. Otherwise, she would have sent the invitation to Yu Shu in the morning, and Shui Rui would have known about it. Why didn't he say anything before but waited until after the event? What's wrong? Is she unhappy and complaining about me in front of you? Jiang Mia furrowed her brows, not concealing the displeasure on her face at all. Mishiro said, "It's a good thing that others can only wish for, so what's there for her to feel aggrieved about? Could it be that my royal brother isn't worthy of her?" Hearing the disdain at the end of her words, the tone of, "I don't even think she's worthy of my big brother, so what's there for her to feel aggrieved about," Shui Rui would become angry no matter how good his temper was. Originally, he wanted to be patient and reason with her, but he could not tolerate her. He immediately said coldly, "Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. How can someone else's marriage be decided by your words so easily? Ah Shu regards you as a friend, and she treats you sincerely, but you hide it from her and push her into the teeth of the storm. Jiang Mia, you are too presumptuous. How do you know that one person's honey is another person's arsenic? Your so-called good thing might not even be something that others don't care about at all." Jiang Mia had a rough temper to begin with. After being coldly criticized by him, she no longer had the slightest bit of her previous gentleness and magnanimity. When she thought that he was doing this for a younger sister, who popped out of nowhere, she instantly became furious. Under her thick eyebrows, a pair of phoenix eyes glared at him and said through gritted teeth, "My good intentions, but in your mouth, it becomes that I want to harm her. Shui Dalong, who does that Yu Lianfang think she is? And what kind of friendship do we have? You actually indiscriminately scolded me for her sake. Did your head get kicked by a donkey?" At that time, when she found out that Shui Rui had acknowledged another adopted younger sister like this, she was very unhappy. She didn't like that little girl from the beginning, but because they had played together for a while, she realized that it was rare that Shui Rui wasn't a snobbish person and was rather capable, so she put down her prejudice and befriended Shui Rui. Who would have thought that Shui Rui was actually a two-faced person? She chatted and laughed with Shui Rui in front of Shui Rui, yet she stabbed Shui Rui in the back. She was really infuriated. She shouted so loudly that Gui Ba, who had brought the tea to the door, saw that the situation in the room was not right, so he shrank back and retreated. Shui Rui was slightly surprised. He had intentionally wanted to provoke Jiang Qia so that she would give up on the idea of looking for Yu Shu to make up the numbers. He did not expect that she would have such a huge reaction. It was as if someone had stepped on her tail. He deliberated over his words just now. There was nothing wrong with it. Could it be that his tone was too heavy? No, his goal was to make her hate Yu Shu, not to make her bear a grudge against him. To prevent himself from making a fool of himself, he softened his tone and said, "I am not scolding you, I am telling you the truth. Your Wang Xiong and I are brothers, so I can barely be considered as half an elder brother to you. Logically speaking, you should call me second brother. Ah Shu isn't anyone else. She's my sister that I've officially acknowledged. How can I watch you lie to your own family? I'm telling you clearly that she already has someone she likes. She won't be happy to be your sister-in-law. You'd better give up on this absurd idea. Don't ruin your marriage. You won't be able to be friends, but you'll become enemies." Shui Rui's tone was a little gentler, but his words were unyielding. Even if he knew that Yu Shu could not be the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, he still wanted to nip this little thing in the bud. Shu was his woman. He would not give her to any man. Not Jing Qin, not even Prince of Dongjing. Good, good. Jiangye was so angry that she laughed. She clenched her fists and resisted the urge to quarrel with him. She nodded stiffly and said, I am blind to have taken a fancy to her. Don't worry, I will not have any ideas about her from now on. This kind of trash, is not worthy of my Wang Xiong. She described Yu Shu in an unbearable manner. Shui Rui's eyes became gloomy. He tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair and said in a low voice, In that case, I thank you very much. I still have something to do, so you can go back. Gue Ba, send the princess out from the front door. Jiang Ye's eyes widened. He is driving me out. Shui Rui did not look at her expression as if she had seen a ghost. He got up and walked out. Jiang Ye did not even have a sip of water since she entered the door. She waited until he was out of sight. She still could not believe that Shui Dalong, who had a good temper, would not be angry even if she whipped him, but because of such a small matter, he fell out with her. How could she know that it would be strange if Shui Rui was able to endure her actions of forcefully trying to poach someone from his side? The Celestial Commissioner Office had 3 departments and 2 bureaus, each with their own authority. Therefore, the files and documents were classified separately and not stored in a unified way. They often exchanged information and borrowed books from each other. To prevent a mess, every department had to do a thorough cleaning every 3 months. At the same time, they would check the stacks to prevent mistakes and omissions in the files of the headquarters. After Madame Wei's birthday, Yu Shu received a notice from her superiors. They wanted her to check the stacks of the Celestial Commissioner Office before the 10th month. She thought that it was better to do it sooner than later, so she gathered a group of subordinates and assigned them tasks on the same day. Early the next morning, she asked Lu Hong to take her seal and went to the Taiching department to borrow a few strong servants to move the books. Under her leadership, the people of the Celestial Commissioner Office started working in full swing. She was so busy for 3 to 5 days that she temporarily forgot about Jiang Mia's matter. One afternoon, when Yu Shu came out of the Directorate of Astronomy with a face full of dirt, someone called out to her. Lotus Room. Yu Shu looked up and saw Axan Lu jumping down from a carriage opposite and waving at her. She walked over with Lu Hong and Su Qing, only to find that Axan Lu did not come alone. Situ Qinglan also got off the carriage with her. Seeing her looking over, she smiled and said, Fortunately, we came in time, or you would have left. Yu Shu wondered why these 2 people came to the yamen to find her on a whim. She asked, Don't you have classes today? Xan Lu interrupted, I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I came to play with you. Lotus Room, let's go for a drink later. Situ Qinglan was more considerate than Yu Shu. She could see that Yu Shu was tired, so she said softly, If you are tired, we can do it another day. Yu Shu shook her head with a smile. She was happy that they remembered her as their little friend. She patted Axan Lu who was pouting and said, Come back with me to change. I'll treat you guys tonight. What do you guys want to eat? The library had accumulated a lot of dust for 3 months. These days, she did not slack off. She had been taking the lead in tidying up the library. After a day, she was sweaty and dusty. Even if she was a little sore, she did not mind walking with them. The 3 girls did not go to the Wangji Tower. Instead, they found a gaily painted boat rented by a merchant by the Jade Lion Lake. They booked a private room on the 2nd floor to eat freshwater seafood and enjoy the night view. The crabs in September were very fat. The yellow was full of oil. They were simply steamed with ginger and white vinegar. There was no need to add any seasonings. When they were peeled, it was so fragrant that people swallowed their tongues. Yu Shu loved to eat crabs in her previous life. She was good at peeling the shells. She took the crab legs and picked out the crab roe. She ate 2 or 3 crabs quickly. Xian Lu was so anxious that she could not even open the crab shell. She kept pestering Yu Shu to help her. Yu Shu always indulged Xian Lu. She scolded her for being stupid, but she washed her hands and quickly helped her to peel the crab. She was not in a hurry to eat. Situ Qinglan looked at them and was very envious. She could not learn Xian Lu's skill of being coquettish and clingy. Although she wanted to be close to Yu Shu, she could only do it from another side. Since you stopped coming to the LoveLore Library, several academicians have asked about you. They are concerned that you have not finished your studies and you have no time to study. I thought about it. Feifei and I are almost the same as the academicians you have studied. We combined the important parts of the courses we have learned in the past 2 months and made a copy for you. You can read it when you are not busy. You can more or less benefit from it. Hearing this, Yu Shu naturally thanked the two of them for their kindness. She put down the half-peeled crab, wiped her hands clean, picked up the pot, and poured them a cup of chrysanthemum wine with a mild flavor. Situ Qinglan drank it happily. Xian Lu rubbed her greasy fingers and stuck out her tongue at Yu Shu. Don't thank me. Just thank her. I am not so considerate. Yu Shu smiled at Situ Qinglan and also drank up. Situ Qinglan drank a few cups of wine and plucked up her courage. She stared at Yu Shu and said, "There is something I don't understand. It has been bothering me for a long time. I don't know how to tell you." Yu Shu was confused. What is it hard to say? Xian Lu hurriedly swallowed a mouthful of crab roe. It's just, Situ Qinglan grabbed a piece of date cake and stuffed it into her mouth to stop her from interrupting. In Yu Shu's puzzled eyes, she said bitterly, "Since you mention it, I will just say it. I invited you to my birthday celebration in July. Why didn't you come?" Yu Shu was stunned. Then she quickly recalled what had happened in July, her appointment, the aquatic and land conference, Zhan Shuiyuan's murder, one after another. Situ Qinglan's birthday was mixed among so many troublesome things. She only had a vague impression that she was the one who gave her the invitation. After remembering it, Yu Shu looked apologetic. She couldn't find an excuse after thinking for a long time, so she apologized to Situ Qinglan. "It's my fault. I forgot about it. I'm sorry." Sure enough, Situ Qinglan had already guessed that Yu Shu forgot about her. It was not that she was delayed by other things. But she felt better to tell her frankly than to make up an excuse to deceive her. Situ Qinglan wanted to smile at Yu Shu and tell her generously that it was okay. But when things came to the point, she found that she couldn't even smile. She didn't want to be hypocritical to her. When the words came to her mouth, they became complaints. "I waited for you for a long time that day. When the dishes were cold and the people were gone, she still didn't give up. She thought that Yu Shu would be late." Looking at her sad look, Yu Shu felt very guilty. She had a good relationship with Situ Qinglan. Although it was not as good as Xian Lu, she was one of the few girls who could get along well with her. Thinking about it, she felt that she had to make up for it no matter what. So she said, "Situ, don't be angry with me. I apologize to you. I will give you a birthday gift later. Next time, I will be the first one to be there." Xian Lu, who was listening anxiously at the side, finally swallowed the piece of date cake and could help to say, that's right. Don't be angry at Lotus Room. Just tell her what gift you want. Just extort her fiercely. Lotus Room is rich now. It's a piece of cake to take out 1,000 or 800 taels. Yu Shu turned her head and stared at her. "Don't make trouble. I don't have money. What 1,000 or 800 taels? Do you think silver is a stone?" Then she turned to Situ Qinglan and smiled apologetically. "Don't listen to her. The gift must be valuable or good. Stingy, Lon Lon. I think you should continue to be angry with her." Xian Lu turned his head and began to drag Yu Shu down. Yu Shu looked constipated. Pfft. Situ Qinglan burst out laughing. She wasn't faking it. She really wanted to laugh. Although she had some complaints about Yu Shu previously, she couldn't bring herself to complain when she saw Yu Shu begging for mercy. Based on Yu Shu's current identity and reputation, if she didn't really treat her as a friend, why did she have to lower her head and apologize to her? How could she not understand such a simple truth? Why did she have to worry about nothing because of a moment of anger? A cool breeze blew in from outside the window and woke Situ Qinglan up. She began to feel ashamed of the idea of using Yu Shu to get close to Jiang Mia. She really shouldn't have. Then I will forgive you this time. If it happens again, I will ignore you no matter what. She picked up the wine pot and filled Yu Shu's cup. She pretended to be angry and said, "1 cup as punishment. Don't do it again. You drink once and I drink once. Then we are even." Yu Shu laughed and agreed. She didn't realize that tonight, because of her confession, she had saved a friendship that was on the verge of destruction. Maybe many years later, when the two met again, only Situ Qinglan would remember tonight. At that time, she would be extremely grateful for the choice she made tonight. Chapter 683. The work of cleaning up the library lasted until the middle of the month. Yu Shu led a group of people to finish the work. Jing Chen, the nominal chief officer of the Kunling Bureau, showed up one afternoon. She hadn't seen him for a while. Although Yu Shu was curious about what Jing Chen was busy with all day long, she didn't ask too many questions. She only reported the internal affairs of the past half a month to him and picked out a few important documents for him to review. They talked about official matters. In the end, Yu Shu was ready to go downstairs to pack her things and go home. Jing Chen stopped her. "Xiao Yu, wait. I have something to say to you." Hearing the familiar name, Yu Shu slowly moved her feet back. She turned her head and said, "What do you want to say?" Come on, she did not want to chat with him at all. Especially after returning from the Enchanting, she hid a lot of information about Yunhua. She was afraid that if Jing Chen asked her, she would not be able to answer. But she could not bear to lie to him. For example, who did Yunhua ask her to find that day? "Sit down." Jing Chen gestured to the seat by the window. He walked to the door, waved his sleeves gently, and closed the door. Yu Shu had no choice but to sit down. She turned her head to look out of the window and urged him, "Tell me. Make it short." Jing Chen walked over with his hands behind his back. He stood by the window, just a shoulder away from her. Like her, he looked at the row upon row of pavilions in the distance. He said slowly, "I remember that in the residence on the outskirts of the Enchanting, you said that my father, Yunhua, asked you to find someone, right?" Yu Shu thought to herself that what she was afraid of had come true. She nodded expressionlessly. "Then he must have told you how to contact that person after you found him." This was not a question, but an affirmative tone. This made Yu Shu frown. She knew that even if she denied it, Jing Chen would not believe her. "So what if he told me? Do you want to go find him now?" Jing Chen shook his head, and a bitter smile appeared on his fair and handsome face. "What's the point of me looking for him? Even if we meet, he can harden his heart and refuse to acknowledge me. What can I get out of him?" Yu Shu asked suspiciously, "Then why are you asking me this?" Jing Chen turned to look at her with worry in his eyes. "I wanted to remind you. If you haven't found that person yet, then do so as soon as possible. Do not delay. You probably don't know this, but His Majesty's dragon body isn't as good as before. My father is a sore point of his. If I don't catch him, I won't be able to retrieve the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6 wrens to break my fate. He could not eat or sleep in peace. Now, he's suspicious of me, suspecting that I've already acknowledged my father, so he's trying to find out his whereabouts from me. I'm dealing with him. It can't be delayed for too long. His Majesty doesn't have much patience left. I'm worried that if he can't get anything out of me, he will turn to you. After all, it was very suspicious of you to stay behind alone on the day we visited the grave. It turned out that these days, Jing Chen was mostly in the palace. Emperor Zhao Qing summoned him to see him every day. Whenever he was free, he would have a long chat with him. He talked about his sect and his mother, Princess Liyue. Every time he tried to move him with emotion and reason, he felt that if he couldn't bear his fate as the Scourge of Dawn, he would be ashamed to face his teacher who risked his life to save him and his mother who took the risk to give birth to him. Emperor Zhao Qing never mentioned his father, Yunhua. His intention was obvious. Jing Chen had received more than 10 years of teachings from Mount Longhu's Xingyi school. Righteousness had long been deeply imprinted in his character. However, the emperor's personal persuasion failed to coax him to reveal the whereabouts of Yunhua. It was sad to say that this was not because of the nature of a father and son, but because someone had opened a hole in his deeply rooted Taoist heart and instilled in him a kind of human nature that he had never been missing. This person was Yushu. And the human nature that she made him understand was called selfishness. He had selfishness, so he was unwilling to be manipulated by others, unwilling to be used by others, and even unwilling to accept his fate. You mean, they will come to me and force me to tell them about Yunhua's whereabouts regardless of anything? Yushu began to consider this possibility. Since the emperor's side could not be sure whether she knew about the Scourge of Dawn, she thought that they would not rashly target her. She did not see that when the emperor asked her, he did not touch on those sensitive issues. He only beat around the bush. That was why she was able to muddle through. Otherwise, with the heaven-defying great insight technique, even if she colluded with Jing Chen, he would still be able to distinguish the truth from the lies. However, what if they were sure that she already knew? Would they have no scruples and could they torture her to extort a confession? Yushu's eyelids twitched, and she suddenly thought of a question. She raised her head to look at Jing Chen and blurted out, "Jing Chen, think about it carefully. Before this, no, recently, after we came back from the Enchanting, did the Emperor ask you to keep the matter of the Scourge of Dawn and the person who ruined lives? Did he?" Jing Chen recalled for a while and slowly nodded. "On the second day after we came back, the Emperor asked me to enter the palace for questioning. When we left the palace, the Emperor mentioned something like that, but don't worry, I did not tell him the truth." Yushu was dumbfounded. Her back softly leaned against the chair, and she muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over." In front of the Emperor, it was useless to lie. It seemed that the Emperor had long suspected that she already knew about it, so he had already asked Jing Chen for confirmation. That was to say, from the beginning, they did not have the layer of concern she thought they had. Instead, in order to numb her, the Emperor deliberately pretended not to know about it when she was questioned in Taishi restaurant that day. Sure enough, the older, the wiser. In this way, in order to track down the whereabouts of Yunhua and find the Book of Fantasy Fairy, they could completely target her and break through her. "Xiaoyu, what's wrong with you? Did I do something wrong?" Jing Chen asked her nervously. Yushu waved her hand at him weakly. "We were so careful, but we made a mistake. Did you forget the Zhu family's grand insight technique? I mentioned it to you last time." What should she say? Blame Jing Chen. But he didn't know about the grand insight art until later. Blame Shui Rui for not telling her about the grand insight technique earlier. But after he came back from the Enchanting, he was called by Minister Shui to give him advice. Who had a pair of eyes in front and back? Jing Chen was stunned. "Doesn't that mean he already knew?" "Yes, that's right." Yushu interrupted him, stood up irritably, and began to walk back and forth in the room. "You said that the Emperor is running out of patience. They are eager to find Yunhua and find the Book of Fantasy Fairy, so they will definitely look for me, because only the three of us may have seen Yunhua, and I am the most suspicious. The Emperor is reluctant to touch you, but it doesn't mean that he is reluctant to touch me. If they really want to harden their hearts and torture me, I am not afraid that I won't confess. It's fine if I don't know anything, but I do know the whereabouts of Yunhua. The more she analyzed, the more she gritted her teeth. She glared at Jing Chen fiercely. What kind of sin did she commit to owe this father and son? She almost died several times for her son, and now she had to protect her father from disaster. There was no end to it. It was simply intolerable. Jing Chen's expression was not good either. He stared at Yu Shu's restless figure and could feel her uneasiness. Guilt and sadness surged in his heart at the same time. He secretly clenched his fists and said, "Don't panic. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. You are the person who destroyed your life. How could they dare to use private torture on you?" Yu Shu suddenly stopped and stared at him faintly. She said, "You don't understand what the Book of Fantasy Fairy means at all. The troublemaker, the person who destroyed his life, and the heir to the throne were all involved in this. The Book of Fantasy Fairy was the most important thing. Without it, everything would be empty talk, including Jing Chen and her." She completely understood Emperor Zhao Qing's eagerness to find Yunhua's whereabouts and his desire to kill him. 20 years ago, Yunhua set the world on fire, and it really pierced through the sky. "No matter what, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you again," Jing Chen said in a low voice. His eyes that were once so clear that one could see the bottom had become cold at some point. Now, he was no longer the pitiful person who resigned himself to his fate. Yu Shu rubbed her eyebrows and told herself to calm down. It was too late to say anything now. She had to think about what to do next. If they came looking for her, should she confess or not? She had the 7-star ring to protect herself. Even if they asked her, they could not ask her the truth. She was afraid that they would use private torture on her. The only thing she could do now was to find Yunhua's eldest son as soon as possible and let them meet so that she could read the Book of Fantasy Fairy. Then, she could take precautions when she had a look at it. She hoped that Jing Chen could delay for a while. The people that Shui Rui sent to Yiyang to inquire about the news had not returned yet. In the evening, they arrived at Wangji Tower. When Yu Shu saw Shui Rui, the first thing she asked him was, "Big brother, where are the spies you sent to Yiyang now?" Shui Rui's expression changed. He estimated they have been there for more than half a month. If the inquiries are successful, they should leave in 2 days. He did send people to Yiyang, but it was not to help Yu Shu inquire about the unknown Suzhou magistrate, but to inquire about the traces of his biological parents living in Yiyang City. In the past half a month, he had accepted the fact that his biological father was the famous Yunhua Ez. However, he was not ready to meet him now, so he could not admit to Yu Shu that he was the person she was looking for. In his heart, Yunhua was a heartless man who abandoned his wife. His biological mother, Madame Han, and his adoptive father, Shui Zhao, died because of him. How could he let go of his prejudice and acknowledge him? In that case, it will take at least half a month for him to come back. Yu Shu talked to herself. She was secretly anxious, but she did not show it on her face. She did not intend to repeat what she said to Jing Chen today to Shui Rui again. Because it was useless to say it except to make him worry. He was already worried about her enough. He followed her all day long to clean up after her. If it was not for her, he would not have so many troubles. "By the way, I have something to tell you." Yu Shu sat up straight and naturally changed the topic. "Didn't you tell me a long time ago to pay attention to whether Jin Sun's name was in the wedding invitation card sent to Kunling Bureau? Today, a new batch of wedding invitation cards was sent, and she was in it." Shui Rui's expression changed, and he quickly asked in detail, "Who is the groom?" Yu Shu looked at him strangely. How come his sister was going to be engaged to someone? Did he not know who his brother-in-law was? Let me think. The groom is Zhou Yede, the young master of General Zhou's mansion. His name is Zhou Nia. Shui Rui's face suddenly darkened. Chapter 684. Shui Jin had passed her marriageable age. As the legitimate daughter of the minister's office, there were only a few people who came to propose marriage. This was because the incident with the 10th princess 3 years ago had caused too much commotion. Not many families did not know about it. The 10th princess was the daughter of the empress and was also the most favored daughter of Emperor Zhao Qing. As the culprit who was rumored to have killed the 10th princess, it did require courage to marry the third daughter of the Shui family. However, Zhou Yede betrothed his youngest son to the daughter of the Shui family not entirely because of his courage. The other half of the reason was because of his own son. As for the third young master of Assistant Minister Yin's Fu, Yin Yuanbu's reputation was bad enough. This Zhou Nia, compared to him, was even worse. In short, he ate, drank, gambled, and had all 5 poisons. Yu Shu had not heard of this person for the time being, but she knew that his father, Zhou Yede, was the commander-in-chief of the Jinwu Guards. What kind of position was this? First of all, there were 2 groups of guards inside and outside Anling. One group was the Jiangyi army. They usually guarded the capital and could be deployed in times of war. The other group was the Imperial Guards, including the Yulin Royal Guards and the 12 Guards. The Yulin Royal Guards were the personal guards of the Emperor, while the Jinwu Guards were the head of the 12 Guards. For example, guarding the city gates, patrolling the city borders, and managing the city's public security were all from the Jinwu Guards. Zhou Yede, as the commander-in-chief, was equivalent to a minister a few hundred years later. Even Yu Shu's 2 bodyguards, Lu Hong and Su Qing, used to be part of the Shambord Guards. Just looking at the family background of General Zhou, it was worthy of Shui Jin's birth. However, after seeing Shui Rui's expression, Yu Shu knew that he did not approve of this marriage. What is wrong? She asked. Zhou Nie's character is bad. Shui Rui's words were concise. Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui's disgusted expression when he mentioned Master Zhou as if he was talking about a pile of shit. She slowly frowned and said hesitantly, since the marriage invitation has been sent to Kunling Ju, it must have been approved by your grandfather. Does he not know that Zhou Nie is unbearable? Why did he agree to marry him? Shui Rui shook his head. His grandfather knew Zhou Nie's character better than he did. However, the reason he agreed to this marriage was not because of his grandson-in-law's character, but because of the power behind him. In the past, when Shui Lingnan was leading the army, Zhou Yede was once a general under his command, and he was indebted to Zhou Yede for his guidance. It was also because of this old friendship that the Zhou family took the initiative to propose marriage. Shui Lingnan thought that with the friendship between the 2 families, no matter how much of a bastard Zhou Nie was, Shui Jinshuan wouldn't lose out by marrying him. However, Shui Rui didn't think so. He hoped that his sister, who was timid and mentally deficient, could have a good partner who truly loved and cared for her. Otherwise, he would rather she remain a naive and ignorant child for the rest of her life. As an elder brother, he was very grateful. He could look after her for the rest of her life. This was a debt he owed. He should be the one to repay it. He didn't explain. Yu Shu was slightly anxious. As expected, Zhou Nie was a pile of shit. How could she watch as Shui Jinshuan married such a thing? How about this? I will hold back this marriage invitation. Why don't you go back and persuade old Master Shui? Shui Rui laughed coldly to himself. Grandfather has always been stubborn. Once he has made up his mind, no one can persuade him. Yu Shu's face turned fierce. If that's the case, then I won't approve the marriage invitation. Without the Kunling Bureau's official marriage certificate, can they get married on their own? There was a law in Dun. All marriages between the children of officials had to be approved by the Celestial Commissioner. If they were married, then an official marriage certificate would be issued. If there was no such certificate, then the marriage of the man and the woman would be considered an illicit union without a matchmaker. What both parties sent to the Kunling Bureau were the 8 characters invitation of both the man and the woman, in duplicate. After the Kunling Bureau approved the 8 characters invitation, the 8 characters invitation would be sent back. One copy would be received by the man. Shui Rui was amused by her arrogant words. He stared at her and said, "It's easy for you to say. If you really do this, you will offend the 2 families. At that time, they will accuse you of neglecting your duties. The emperor can't be partial to you. If it's a light punishment, you will be suspended from your post. If it's a heavy punishment, you will lose your official position. How can you do that? Is it that serious?" Yu Shu wasn't frightened. Even though she was splashed with cold water by him, she didn't give up. She kept saying, "What's the big deal? Delay it as long as possible. If they really pursue the matter, then we can talk about other things." It was as if Shui Rui treated Yu Xiaoxiu as his own younger brother. To her, little sister Shui was also one of her family. For the sake of her sister's marriage, what was there to be afraid of even losing her official position? Which was more important? Was there a need to consider? Shui Rui saw that someone as smart as her only cared about Jin Xuan and didn't consider the consequences. He was touched and held her hand, saying, "I know your intention, but you can't be so reckless. If you are really willing to help, I have another idea. Listen to it and see if it works." "Okay, then tell me what to do." "What I mean is that not only do you have to approve this horoscope, you have to do it as soon as possible. However, when you do it, you have to do something. Everyone knows that you and I are sworn siblings, so it's no surprise that Jin Xuan is interested in Jin Xuan's marriage. You have the death divination art, so you can determine that Jin Xuan and Zhou Nie's horoscope contradict each other. If Jin Xuan marries into the Zhou clan, then one of them will die on the wedding day. Therefore, this marriage is inauspicious and unsuitable. As for whether they believe it or not, it's not up to the 2 families. After all, within the capital, there's only Yu Shu, the art of determining death. With her reputation, who can verify the authenticity of her divination? Even if they don't believe it, there's no evidence. Plus, there's always one family that can't bear to risk their children. With Yu Shu's approval, this marriage can be considered to be annulled. That's a good idea. Yu Shu smiled and patted the back of Shui Rui's hand. She hurriedly said, "I'll go and approve it tomorrow morning. It'll be sent out in the middle of the month. There won't be any delays." Shui Rui wasn't as optimistic as her. He sighed and said, "If there's no other choice, I'm not willing to use this method. This method can only be used once, it can't be used once." Yu Shu thought about it and understood what he meant. Old Minister Shui was determined to find a suitable marriage for his granddaughter. If it doesn't work this time, there's always a next time. The siblings in the Shui family don't have a father. The marriage will be decided by Shui Lingnan. As for the other elders, Yu Shu's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "What does your mother think about Jin Sun's marriage?" "My mother, she can't make the decision." Shui Rui found it hard to say. When his mother was sober, she didn't recognize Jin Sun at all. She only knew that he was her eldest son. Whenever she saw Jin Sun, her illness would act up. Oh. This time, Yu Shu had nothing to say. She very rarely heard Shui Rui mention his mother, and her impression of Madame Shui, who she had never met, was limited to the fact that she was frail and sickly, and that she spent most of her time recuperating. Shui Rui didn't seem to want to talk about his mother. She didn't ask more. However, as a mother, she couldn't interfere with her daughter's marriage. It was obvious that she didn't have much status in the Shui family. There are only two ways to solve this problem once and for all. One is to find a good husband for Jean before your grandfather decides. Yu Shu poked Shui Rui. Do you have a suitable candidate in mind? Shui Rui looked helpless. Do you think I haven't thought about it? But those with good character, future, and family background won't enter my grandfather's eyes. Those with good character and family background won't be willing to attach themselves to our Shui family. Those with good character and family background won't even consider Jean Sun. Yu Shu sighed and said, it's easy to get a priceless treasure, but it's hard to find a lover. Shui Rui waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Tell me about the other one. Yu Shu said, the other one is the worst plan. It's not good to use it unless it's a last resort. You reminded me. I'm the Celestial Commissioner. I can approve a marriage card, and I can also approve a marriage card for Jean Sun. I only need to approve her fortune as not to marry early. Otherwise, it will bring bad luck to her husband and children. In this way, no one will dare to come to your residence to propose marriage. In the next few years, you won't have to worry about Jean Sun's marriage. But if it ruins her reputation, she won't be able to get married in the future. Ordinary people didn't need to go through the Celestial Commissioner to marry their wives and daughters. However, there were also people who went to the barter shop to ask for an identification card. It was used to predict a woman's fate. If it was a woman from an official's family, the Celestial Commissioner's approval would be called a fate card. Thinking back, Zhao Hui's first-in-laws went to the Yi Yangji family's barter shop to make a fake identification card. They framed Zhao Hui for cursing her husband's fate, so they embezzled her dowry and caused Zhao Hui to live on the streets. Yu Shu now also wanted to make a fake fate card. However, she had the death judgment technique. It was difficult for others to expose her. Shui Rui was silent for a long time. Then, he said in a low voice, it can be considered a solution. But as you said, it can't be used unless it's a last resort. In the end, Shui Rui decided to first ruin the marriage between the Shui family and the Zhou family with Yu Shu. As for the future, they would wait until the future. The next day, Yu Shu came to the Kunling bureau. The first thing she did was to find the marriage card of Shui Jinshuan and Zhou Nia. She carefully worded it, and in the name of the death judgment technique, she made a divination. The signature was not stamped with an official seal, but her small ivory seal. This meant that she had personally approved this marriage. The result was bad, so the Kunling bureau rejected the marriage. The 15th of September was the day that official marriage documents were issued every month. Usually, the marriage cards sent to the Kunling bureau would receive the documents the following month at the latest, unless it was accidentally lost. However, this month, there were destined to be some families who would not be able to wait for the Kunling bureau's official marriage documents. Shao and take these two marriage cards. Together with the official marriage documents I approved, send them to the various manors as soon as possible. When Shao An had already prepared everything, he took the marriage card from her hands and opened it in front of her. Originally, he wanted to confirm that there were no mistakes, but when he saw the woman's family, he was slightly stunned. The young lady of the right minister's Shui residence. He hesitated and did not go. Holding the two cards, he said to Yu Shu, Darren, will you get into trouble by doing this? She could forget about the families whose official marriage documents she had burned before. But this was the daughter of the left prime minister, and there was also the General Fu. If they pursued the matter, could she afford to offend them? Yu Shu stretched and twisted her neck. She said to him, what trouble can there be? Their destinies are like this, and it is not suitable for marriage. Do you want me to go against my conscience and approve it? You know that the eldest son of the Shui family is my sworn brother. If something happens to his sister after she gets married, how can I face him? Don't worry, have someone send it. Chapter 685. When it was the day for the official marriage documents to be sent out, there were a few families who did not receive a reply. After waiting for a long time without any news, they thought that the government needed to be bribed and deliberately delayed it. So they thought of ways to send gifts to the Princess Fu where Jingchen was. Something happened to the chief and assistant of Kunling Bureau. Everyone went straight to Jingchen and intentionally or unintentionally ignored Yushu. There was nothing wrong with what they did. Even the chief had relented, so how could the adjutant stop them? The idea was not bad, but they had underestimated one thing. Jing Chen, the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner, was a hands-off shopkeeper who did not care about anything. The person that Kunling Bureau was in charge of was actually Yu Shu. Jing Chen stayed in the palace for 2 days and was released by Emperor Zhao Qing. Returning to the Princess Fu, the steward eunuch dutifully presented the list of gifts that the Fu had received in recent days in front of him. Jing Chen asked him with confusion, what festivals are being celebrated recently? The Mid-Autumn Festival had long passed. There shouldn't be any happy events in September. The steward eunuch reported in full detail, your servant found out that these people are here to urge for letters. It seems that their Fu did not receive the official marriage documents from Kunling Bureau, so they came to beg you, master. Jing Chen nodded to indicate that he understood and then had him return the list of gifts. He said disapprovingly, if they did not send it, then let them wait. Why are they begging me? This matter is not under my control. They sent the gifts to the wrong person. The steward eunuch. Aren't you the right commander of the Celestial Commissioner? Shouldn't Kunling Bureau be under your control? Although he said so, the next day when Jing Chen went to Kunling Bureau, he remembered to ask her when Yushu reported to him as usual. How many families did not send the marriage documents? They've sent gifts to my residence. Yushu's expression didn't change as she asked him, which families? Jing Chen was silent for a moment and said, I did not notice. He paused and said, never mind, do as you see fit. I have returned the gifts. If there's nothing else, I'll go downstairs. Yushu's expression was calm, but she was laughing in her heart. Those people actually thought of asking Jing Chen to open the back door. They were simply flirting with the blind. Go ahead. Jing Chen knew that she didn't want to be in the same room with him, so he didn't force her. After all, he should be satisfied that she was talking to him so nicely. This month, there was more than one family that did not receive the official marriage documents. However, there were 2 families that received the 8-character stickers that were approved to be returned. In the evening, Shui Lingnan sat under the locust tree in the front courtyard, carefully reading the annotations on the yellow paper. It said that his granddaughter, Shui Jin, was seeking her life to soar to the stars. If she were to marry a man born to Xiao Zhu Yinue, her life would be in danger. Therefore, her marriage with the Zhou family's youngest son, Zhou Nye, was too inauspicious and unsuitable. Therefore, this request was rejected. After Shui Lingnan finished reading it twice, he said to the housekeeper, Su Li, who was waiting on him, go find Shui Rui. Su Li left to carry out the order. Not long after, he returned with Shui Rui, who had returned home. When Shui Lingnan saw him, he didn't get angry at first. Instead, he handed the 8-character sticker to him. What's going on? Tell me. Shui Rui already knew that there would be such a thing, so he didn't panic. He looked at the document with the same expression. Only when he glanced at the small red seal that said Lotus Room, he was slightly stunned. He immediately recovered and said, Grandfather, what do you want me to say? Shui Lingnan said, this inscription is Master Yi's private letter. Whose name is Lotus Room? How dare a mere Kunling Bureau's empress have such courage? Tell me, who gave her the courage to obstruct the marriage between Jin Sun and the Zhou family? It was clear that he had guessed the reason and deliberately brought Shui Rui here to question him. Grandfather, do you think that I ordered it? Shui Rui said bluntly. Shui Lingnan's face turned cold. You don't need to think about quibbling. Since I called you here, I naturally have a plan. You don't like Zhou Nia and don't want Jin Sun to marry into the Zhou family, so you acted on your own and let your sworn sister abuse her power. Have you thought about it? If you ruin this marriage and delay Jin Sun's marriage, who will bear the sin if she can't get married in the future? Others couldn't understand what he was implying, but Shui Rui understood the meaning behind Shui Lingnan's words. Shui Lingnan was saying that if she missed out on the marriage with the Zhou family, if she couldn't find a suitable family in the future, then he wouldn't let Jin Sun get married. Even if she was over the age, he would still keep her in the residence. Shui Rui's heart was half cold, and he almost couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. Grandfather was harsh and unreasonable to him because he wasn't the flesh and blood of the Shui family. But to be so cruel to Jin Sun, his own granddaughter, was really disappointing. Grandfather, I have nothing to say. I don't think that Jin Sun will marry Zhou Nia, but that's because I only have this one sister. Others can disregard her, but I can't. This kind of forceful talk was not like Shui Rui's usual style. Shui Lingnan's expression became even worse, and he almost couldn't help but reprimand this unfilial son of his. He took a few breaths before he calmed down, but still said sternly, "This time, I'll take it as you being rash and not argue with you. If there's a next time, don't even think about the official career that your sworn sister has obtained with great difficulty." It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue the matter, but since things had come to this, there was no point in pursuing it. The Zhou family received the 8-word calligraphy that was also doomed, and would definitely not marry Jin Sun. Even if he forced the Kunling Bureau to change the document, the result would still be the same. He understood Zhou Yeda's character. After warning Shui Rui, Shui Lingnan sent him away. After he was far away, he ordered Su Li, who was pretending to be deaf and mute, quickly get someone to prepare a simple gift and follow me to the general's residence. Rather than being thick-skinned and waiting for people to break off the engagement, it was better for him to go first. In the future, when the two families met, it wouldn't be awkward. Jing Chen had people return all the gifts. Thus, the next day, Yushu's residence was visited by people one after another. However, she left early and didn't meet any of them. When she returned home and heard about the matter, she saw the large pile of gift boxes in the doorway. Without a second word, she had people return the gifts unopened. Minister Yen of the Ministry of Revenue returned home from the Yamen in the afternoon and heard another piece of bad news. The gifts sent to the residence of the Imperial Lady of the Kunling Bureau yesterday had been returned. What? The gifts were returned? He asked Lady Yen with a frown. That's right, Lady Yen said with a frown. They returned it early in the morning and didn't take anything. Master, tell me, who did we offend? The two officials of the Kunling Bureau returned our gifts together. Why didn't they send us the marriage certificate? Until now, they haven't given us an explanation. The second young master of the Yen residence had been ill last year and his body had been weak. Taking medicine didn't help. Minister Yen specially invited a grade E master to tell his fortune. He said that he needed a suitable marriage to offset the good fortune. After the marriage, he would naturally recover without medicine. Lady Yen found many matchmakers and finally found a suitable candidate 3 months ago. Moreover, the bride's family background wasn't bad. Thus, she was anxious to arrange her second son's marriage. The date had already been decided and it would be the most auspicious to get engaged next month. Now, the only thing missing was the official marriage certificate from the Kunling Bureau. No one had expected this to happen. The husband and wife looked at each other and thought hard. They couldn't understand why the Kunling Bureau was making things difficult for them. How about, tomorrow, I go to the assistant minister's residence to ask for a favor. Lady Yen suddenly had an idea and suggested. Minister Yen didn't understand. Why go to his house? They both held positions in the Ministry of Revenue. Assistant Minister Yin was one rank higher than Minister Yen. The two families usually interacted frequently, but they weren't close enough to casually talk about their children's marriage. Lady Yen explained, Master, you don't know. There's another story here. The female imperial official of the Kunling Bureau was born to a servant girl of Lady Yin more than 10 years ago. With this relationship, it wouldn't be difficult for us to ask her to speak for us. Minister Yen frowned. He seemed to understand something, but he couldn't grasp the crux of it. He could only let her be. He didn't know that at the same time, he wasn't the only one who had the same idea as his wife. After seeing off the third guest of the day, Yin Deng put away her stiff smiling face and sat in the living room with a gloomy expression. In the past 2 days, people had been coming to ask for her help as a middleman to urge the Kunling Bureau to send out the official marriage certificate. As people came and went, Yin Deng sensed something was wrong no matter how muddle-headed she was. Why didn't these families receive the official marriage certificate on time? Why did they all happen to have some friendship with her? In front of the visitors, Yin Deng could only put on a smiling face and agree. Because she knew that even if she refused, others would think that she didn't want to meddle in other people's business and wouldn't think that she was in a difficult position. She held a banquet on her last birthday, invited Yushu's parents, and made everyone know that Aunt Chui used to be a servant in her family. In fact, it was nonsense to ask her to go to Yushu to speak for them. Especially after she made a fool of Yushu, how could she ask for a favor? Yin Deng even suspected that the whole thing was directed at her by Yushu. She deliberately delayed the marriage certificate to make things difficult for her. Yin Deng didn't forget the harsh words that Yushu said before she left that day. She said that she wanted to become enemies with her. But how could that girl be so daring? For a moment, Yin Deng was angry and suspicious. She didn't know what to do. In the evening, when Yin Zhurong came back, she told him about it. He didn't tell her that he locked Yushu up and made her take off her clothes. He only said that she was drunk at the banquet and said something she shouldn't have said. She revealed that Yushu's family background was not good, which made the new imperial official lose face. Master, do you think it's possible that Yushu has a vile heart and is deliberately obstructing the marriage contracts of these families, waiting for me to bow my head and apologize to her? After hearing her words, Yin Zhurong was angry at this woman's short-sightedness and laughed first. Madam, you are so silly. Do you really think that she is a lowly person born by your maid? Not to mention that her mother used to be a maid of our family, she is now a proper official. The Celestial Commissioner is a 5th rank official, which is the same rank as me. What's more, she has a title bestowed by the Emperor. She doesn't even need to bow to ordinary 3rd rank officials. Now she is in the limelight, but you dare to make her look shabby in public. It would be strange if she could bear it. Yin Deng was embarrassed by his reprimand, but she didn't take it seriously. No matter how powerful Yushu was, compared to the Yin family, she was like heaven and earth. Yin Zhurong, a son of a concubine, could win Prime Minister Yin's favor and give him an important position in the Ministry of Revenue. It could be seen that he was not a mediocre person. After understanding the situation, she ordered Yin Deng, don't be unconvinced. Tomorrow, go to her and apologize. Everyone has children. We still have children who haven't married yet. Yushu will be in the Kunling Bureau for a long time. Don't be stubborn. If you really make enemies with her, you will hurt my children. Chapter 686. The next day, Madame Yin Deng obediently went to the Yu's mansion. However, she didn't come to apologize, but to visit Madame Yu. In the morning, the main gate of the Yu's mansion was not open. There was a small door next to the main gate, which only allowed 2 people to pass through. Sitting in the sedan chair, Madame Dang asked a maid to knock on the door. The 2 servants on duty in the main gatehouse were chatting. When they heard the question, the younger one ran out to answer. He heard that it was the wife of the assistant minister's residence who had come to visit their Madame Yu and asked them to open the main gate to welcome her. There was an old servant in the gatehouse, who also came out while talking. He looked at the soft sedan chair in front of the gate and said politely to the maid in front of him, "Miss, please forgive us. It's not that we didn't open the gate on purpose, but there are rules in the mansion. The Lord goes to the yamen during the day, and the mansion is not allowed to see guests. No matter who your master is looking for, please come after sunset." There was no such thing as not seeing any guests during the day and only opening the door at night. However, this was the rule set by Yu Shu. Inside and outside of this mansion, all the servants were personally selected and arranged by her. Of course, they only obeyed her. In the sedan chair, Madame Dang was a little impatient. She thought that it was so difficult to open the gate. This mansion was really unruly. Unexpectedly, when the maid came back, she told her that the gatehouse did not open the gate and asked her to come back at dusk. Madame Dang instantly pulled a long face and said angrily, "They don't want to open the gate, right? Go again and ask them to inform their madam that I came to see her and ask her to come out to welcome me." After saying that, she felt that she had gone too far. She didn't come to make trouble today. Thinking of her master's instructions last night, she quickly opened the curtain and called the maid back, "Don't say anything else. Ask someone to go in and inform Madame Yu that I want to see her." The gatehouse sent the message to Qingshi House. When Aunt Chui heard that Madame Dang came to see her, her first reaction was not to go out to welcome her, but to ask if Yu Shu was in the mansion. "Is the young lady at home now?" Since Madame and Dang's birthday, she had been grounded by Yu Shu. She was not allowed to go out. Every day, whatever she said or did, someone would report it to the north courtyard. If she accidentally cursed, Yu Shu would send someone to Qingshi that night, catch her maids and old women, and force them to kneel in the yard for a whole night. Now her words and actions are restricted, and she can't go out of Qingshi House at will. If she does something wrong, the servants around her have to kneel down and kowtow to her, begging her to spare their lives. Aunt Chui could only curse Yu Shu in her heart for being disobedient, but she was afraid that she would cause her to lose her career and wealth, so she dared not say anything and gradually calmed down. As a matter of fact, it was rare for Madame and Deng to come to visit. She was not happy at first, but she was afraid that Yu Shu would hear about it and give her a hard time. "Madam, Milord went to the yamen in the morning and hasn't come back yet." Aunt Chui was relieved and then ordered the gatekeeper to come. "What are you waiting for? Invite her in." Otherwise, she would say that she was simple-minded. Since Yu Shu was not at home now, she wouldn't come back at night. She knew that if she met Madame and Deng, she would still be punished. The gatekeeper didn't leave obediently, but apologized to her and told her the rules set by Yu Shu, which meant that no one was allowed to visit when Yu Shu was not at home. When Aunt Chui heard that it was Yu Shu's order, she suddenly became listless. After hesitating for a while, she didn't dare to insist that the gatekeeper come in, but planned to see Madame in person. But when she was just about to go out, a group of servants came up to her and knelt down before her before she reached the gate of Qingshi, asking her to think twice and to spare her life. Aunt Chui had no choice but to go out of the gate. Madame waited for a long time, but all she got was a lie that Madame Yu is not well and can't see guests. "Sorry to trouble you to come here in vain. Please come again another day." The old gatekeeper bowed and stood beside the sedan chair to convey the message. Madame had long been gnashing her teeth in anger. She snorted coldly and went home without saying anything. She didn't leave the gifts she brought when she came and carried them back. When Yu Shu came back in the evening and heard about it, she just laughed and ordered, "If she comes again, no matter what time it is, don't let her in." The gatekeeper did a good job today. Who can't be blamed? Tip them 2 months' worth of salary and give them 2 more meat dishes for dinner. Although she didn't see Madame Ian and Deng, Yushu clearly knew her mind. She just found that the situation was not right, so she came to mediate. But she couldn't put down her pride to ask for peace, so she picked up Aunt Shui, who was a pushover. This kind of person really didn't know how to write the word death until death was near. Madame Ian was full of anger. When she returned home, she smashed 2 cups to vent her anger. Just then, the third master of her family, Yin Yuanbua, came in from outside. When he saw the mess on the ground, he tooted twice and sat next to Madame Ian and asked with a fierce face, "Who made my mother angry? Let me teach him a lesson." Madame Ian looked at her youngest son and her anger subsided a little. She reached out and pinched him, saying, "It's all because of you." "Hiss, why is it because of me?" Yin Yuanbua grimaced. Madame Ian hurriedly rubbed him. She was angry, so she said it all, "Didn't I find a wife for you before? I wanted to find someone to control you as soon as possible so that you could control your temper and stop wasting your time. I didn't expect that I was wrong. That girl is not a person who knows her place." On the one hand, she refused the marriage proposal from the matchmaker, but on the other hand, she spread rumors everywhere, saying that she doesn't like you and that our family won't let her go. When Yin Yuanbua heard half of it, he became furious and slammed the table, saying, "Who is this bitch? Mother, tell me her name." Although the third master of the assistant minister's mansion was a playboy, he usually couldn't stand others looking down on him and comparing him with the third master of the West Mansion, Yin Yuanrong. Madame Yin snorted, "You have seen this person. She is the wretched girl that you and Yuanrong ran into on my birthday in the backyard." Yin Yuanbua instantly remembered. It was really because Yushu's disheveled appearance that day left a deep impression on him. Even if her face was not beautiful, he couldn't forget it for a while. "It's her." Yin Yuanbua recalled and showed disdain, "That kind of girl is not even as good as the girls in the pavilion of fragrances. Why did you choose her?" On one hand, he secretly rejoiced that the marriage did not go through. Otherwise, he would be ridiculed to death by his group of scoundrels for marrying such a mediocre and disorderly woman. Madame Ian explained, "Don't be fooled by her looks. She is a female disguise master from the Dian Academy. Now the Celestial Commissioner is a female official and is of the 5th rank like your father. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother used to be a maidservant in our mansion, do you think this kind of marriage would be easy to find?" When Yin Yuanbua heard this, his face became even uglier and he screamed, "Her mother is still our family servant. Mother! Are you muddle-headed? Why did you think of finding me a lowly person?" Seeing that her son was so angry, Madame Ian patted his chest and comforted him gently. That was in the past. More than 10 years ago, her mother left with a shiozai and got rid of her slave status. "My son, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have told you these things. Don't be angry. The marriage did not go through. I will find you a good one in the future, one that will satisfy you, okay?" After comforting him for a long time and promising him a lot of benefits, Yin Yuanbua finally stopped making trouble. At this moment, someone outside reported that Master Ian had returned. Madame Ian hurriedly asked people to clean up the debris on the ground, but she didn't forget to grab her precious son who was about to leave. "Don't mention what I just said to you in front of your father." "I know." Yin Yuanbua was afraid to see his father, so he broke away from Madame Ian and ran away. Chapter 687. After Lu Hao was released, he pretended to be ill and did not attend court or entertain guests. He kept a low profile for a whole month until the news of the headless case of the imperial envoy was overshadowed by other major events. In the evening, he brought a few of his close retainers to Hengwu restaurant for a drink. Hangwu Restaurant, located in Apricot Rain Alley in the east of the city, was worthy of being the #1 music house in Enling. It was not a brothel, but regardless of gender, the musicians and dancers in Hangwu Restaurant were all first class in appearance and talent. There were 366 songs and 388 plays. No matter popular or unpopular, they were all skilled and familiar with all of them. De'en had been peaceful for 300 years. Now in the Golden Age, the people of En were not good at riding and shooting. They loved to seek pleasure. A place as elegant and not boring as Hangwu Restaurant was naturally sought after. The road in Apricot Rain Alley was not wide. The path paved with bluestone could at most accommodate 2 sedan carriages side by side. Therefore, the passing carriages and horses would stop on the nearby streets and walk in. This was not a path drawn by Hangwu Restaurant for the guests. This was a place filled with high officials and nobles. No one wanted to offend someone they shouldn't offend by blocking the road. Unless you were fearless. For example, at this moment, Lu Hao's sedan was carried in from Apricot Rain Alley and stopped at the gate of Hangwu Restaurant. Little Lauer, who was at the door, recognized Ning Wang's sedan and had already run in to call his mama. When Lu Hao got off the sedan, the retainers followed. Hangwu Restaurant's Li Mama had already walked down the steps with a smile on her face. She held a blue silk handkerchief and respectfully waited. She looked at Lu Hao's expression and said, "Wang Yi is in a good mood today. Are you listening to a book or watching a play?" The mama of Hangwu Restaurant was not a madam in a brothel. She did not do the dirty work of a pimp. She was equivalent to a female shopkeeper. This Li Mama was over 30 but still had a slim figure. When she was young, she had been a female entertainer in a musical house and was skilled in all kinds of instruments. Lu Hao smiled and said, "I haven't been here for a while. Are there any new plays?" As Motherly welcomed them inside, she replied, Yes, there's a book called Worship the Immortals that was arranged for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's a big play, 20 to 30 actors, a total of 36 plays. There's also the Oath of Brotherhood in the Peach Garden that you like to watch. The lyrics have been changed and the pieces have been rearranged. There are also 2 or 3 plays. If you want to see something new, your servant will let them prepare it. Go. Lu Hao waved his hand and Li Mama summoned a thin and pale young man to open the way for Ning Wang and his party. Inside Hangwu Hall. It was brightly lit. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 3-story buildings. The second floor was connected by a bridge, which looked like the word work written upside down. On the door on the left hung a horizontal board with the words, End of the World of Fragrant Grass, and on the other door was, Evergreen Pine and Cypress. Standing outside the building, he could hear the hustle and bustle of people. Especially the first floor of the Fragrant Grass Pavilion. There was a large stage set up and martial songs were being sung. The sound of gongs and drums filled the air and it was extraordinarily lively. When Ning Wang and his party entered the Cypress and Cypress building next door, their ears suddenly became quiet. No matter how noisy the other side was, when it came to this side, it was like they were separated by a street, and they could only hear movement. It was not disturbing. The upper and lower floors of the Cypress and Cypress building were private rooms, but they were much more spacious than normal restaurants and brothels. The small ones could hold a group of musicians, and the large ones could set up an entire stage, taking up half the floor. Just this half floor. It was truly a money-squandering establishment. The number of nobles who could come here to amuse themselves could be counted on 2 hands. Since Lu Hao had come, he naturally wanted to go to the top floor. The waiter leading the way pushed open the 4 doors to the hall. There were hundreds of golden cups and silver candles already lit up in the room. It was bright and extravagant. At the far west was a stage 2 zhang wide. Separated by a picture railing, there was a row of soft chairs and couches on the opposite side. When he sat down, Li Mama led a group of delicate and pretty maids in. Her hands were holding tea trays, cups, fruits, and fine wine. They were placed on the table, and then she waited on the side. Her actions were not frivolous at all. Li Mama handed the script on the sandalwood tray to Lu Hao. She first ordered Drunken Flower Shade. This was a short play that could be sung for the time it took to drink a cup of tea. It was to give the troupe preparing for the big play later on. The main thing was to listen to the newly written, Sworn Brotherhood in the Peach Garden. In reality, it didn't matter if the first play was ordered or not ordered. After all, a short tea play in the Cypress and Cypress building cost 10 taels of gold. But with Ning Wang's wealth, he would not be stingy. The play quickly started on the stage. As the musicians started to play, there was more noise in the surroundings. The guests that had been slightly reserved in front of Lu Hao relaxed. Some started to talk and laugh, some supported the performance, causing Lu Hao to laugh continuously. But there was probably no one who really wanted to listen to the play. Among the many guests, there was a petty person who liked to take advantage of the opportunity. His name was Yuan Zhouzi. Whatever other people were talking about, he would add a few words and express his opinion to show how knowledgeable he was. The result of being so talkative was that he drank half a pot of tea more than the others. Before the big play started, he had to pee. When he left, no one paid attention to him. He left for about 15 minutes before he came back. The Sworn Brotherhood in the Peach Garden was being sung. The lyrics were all new. Lu Hao listened intently. The surroundings were quiet and no one made noise. Yuan Zhouzi lifted the corner of his robe as he hurried into the banquet. He didn't sit properly. He didn't listen to the play, but kept looking at Lu Hao as though he wanted to say something but couldn't. He silently waited until the stage was changed. There was an old guest beside Lu Hao. He had seen Yuan Zhouzi peeking his head out and teased him, "Zhouzi, your memory is the best. Can you hear the difference between this new play and the old one?" Yuan Zhouzi didn't listen to what was being sung on the stage. However, he was worried that he didn't have a chance to speak. When he saw Lu Hao looking over, he quickly stood up and said, "I just left the banquet and missed the play in front of me. But I heard another good play. It's really interesting. I want to tell it to your highness. I don't know if it's okay." There were many capable people among Lu Hao's guests and they had their own pride. They didn't like a petty person like Yuan Zhouzi. Therefore, no one said anything to cater to him. However, Lu Hao was a little curious. He raised his hand and gestured to Yuan Zhouzi, "What wife? Tell me." Yuan Zhouzi hurriedly responded. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Lu Hao. He gestured with his hands and feet to start from when he went to the toilet a moment ago. It was his first time going to Hengwu Mansion. He didn't know everything. He walked around and went down to the 2nd floor. He crossed the bridge and went to the fragrant grass pavilion opposite. After a few steps, he saw that the door was not closed properly, so he mistakenly entered. Unexpectedly, it was a single room. Several playboys were drinking and chatting. In the west corner, someone was playing the lute, so no one noticed the intruder. Yuan Zhouzi found that he went to the wrong door and was about to leave. At this moment, he heard voices in the room and stopped. Who was sitting in the room? It turned out that Yin Yuanbua and a few friends of scoundrels heard Madame Yin's nagging at home yesterday. They were upset and came to Hengwu Mansion to pass the time. You asked him why he didn't go to the brothel to find a lover. Fortunately, Master Yin had been strict with him recently. If he went to that kind of place and someone reported it to the family, he would inevitably be beaten up. Yin Yuanbua vented his anger by drinking. He drank too much and was coaxed by the people around him. Then he began to talk about the cause and effect. "My mother found a wife for me. Unexpectedly, she was the daughter of a servant who was let out of the house. How could such a lowly person be worthy of me, third Master Een? But this little girl was arrogant and looked down on me. She rejected the matchmaker and came to our house to show off her power. His friend asked curiously, is there such a thing? What kind of beauty dared to look down on our third master? Een Yuenbo laughed coldly, beauty. With that kind of beauty, I wouldn't be able to get excited even if she stripped naked in front of me. She's just a woman who is good at playing tricks. It's good to have a good reputation. To put it bluntly, she's just a bitch who is greedy for power and wealth. On one hand, she rejected my family, but on the other hand, she came to show off. His friends looked at each other. The more they listened to him, the more confused they became. So they asked, who is this person? She sounds like she has some reputation. Have we heard of her? Een Yuenbo said, why haven't we heard of her? Isn't she the fairy Miaoling who has the ability to call the wind and summon the rain and cast beans to form soldiers? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. There was no one who didn't know the name of the person in the words. Why do you say she came to your house to show off? Ahem, show off. The person who asked the question did not believe it. After all, the rumors said that Yu Shu was a descendant of an immortal family. Even the emperor thought highly of her and gave her a title. Why would such a person want to seduce the young master of an assistant minister's residence? Een Yuenbo said in a strange tone, she didn't go for me, a good-for-nothing ruffian. She went for the real third young master of the prime minister's residence, my cousin Een Yuenrong. Then he said that on the day of Een Dang's birthday, they met a disheveled Yu Shu in the backyard. However, his words were biased and he said that this accident was a deliberate plan of Yu Shu. If I didn't happen to be on the side and saw her ugly appearance with my third cousin, I'm afraid she would have shouted and forced my third cousin to take responsibility for her. Bah! After Een Yuenbo finished speaking, he spat on the ground with extreme disdain. There were still people who did not believe him. After a few noises, they saw him pointing to the sky and cursing with a red face and neck, if I lied to you, let me be impotent. Hearing this, Yuan Zhouzi saw that there was nothing else to say and quietly left. Back in front of them, on the top floor of Cypress and Cypress Building, Lu Hao and a group of guests listened to Yuan Zhouzi's vivid narration. The former propped up his chin thoughtfully. He didn't speak, so no one could discuss. The performers on the stage were singing a passage. Just after the last note, Lu Hao gave a light laugh and sat up from the couch. He stretched out his leg for the manservant to help him wear his shoes. Then he said to everyone without another word of gossip, Ben Wang is going to change. Everyone continued to listen to the play. Leaving behind the nervous Yuan Zhouzi and a group of confused guests, he left with his hands behind his back. Outside, he called over Li Mama, who was outside, and whispered a few orders before turning to go to the empty room next door. Li Mama hurried down to the second floor. She grabbed a waiter and asked, do you know which room is the third young master of the assistant minister's fu? Quickly go ask. Ning Wang wanted her to find Een Yuenbo and secretly bring him here. If you think this website is good, please share it. Thank you for the support of the readers. Chapter 688. Shui Yun had come to the Celestial Commissioner. When Yu Shu heard the news, it was already afternoon. It was her bodyguard Su Qing who inquired about it. This morning, a new Shao Qing came to the Celestial Bureau. It is said that she is an immortal from the Mount Longhu Jingyi school. She was appointed by the Great Commissioner. I went to see this scene and saw that the new Shao Qing was a young woman. It seemed that it was inconvenient for her to walk. She was sitting in a wooden wheelchair. Listening to his description, Yu Shu instantly knew who this person was. It was said that the Celestial Commissioner had 3 departments and 2 bureaus. Each department had a chief and a deputy chief. The chief commissioner was in charge of the imperial court, and the junior supervisor was his deputy. The chief of the Kunling Bureau was the right commander, and the deputy was a female official. The chief of the Celestial Bureau was the left commander, and the deputy was called Xiaoqing. Yu Shu had long anticipated that Xu Weiyun would not be content with her lot. Unexpectedly, she had quietly snuck into the Imperial Astronomer's office and occupied an important position as soon as she arrived. The Celestial Bureau was responsible for the Dian test and the nominal teacher exchange. It was a bit complicated to explain what it did. Let's put it this way. The position of the Celestial Commissioner in the Celestial Commissioner was like that of the Ministry of Personnel in the 6 ministries. The official assessment and audit of the Celestial Commissioner were not managed by the Ministry of Personnel. For example, Yu Shu was a female fortune teller in the Dian test in the 13th year of the Xiaoqing festival. She was the nominal teacher exchange of the Celestial Commissioner, so she had the qualifications to become an official. Therefore, she became the deputy of the first bureau without much criticism. However, because she was a newly appointed official, there was a period of 3 to 5 months of observation. During this period, if she committed any dereliction of duty, the Minister of Justice had the right to report her, and report it to the imperial censor, who would make the final decision. Yu Shu did not have paranoia, nor did she want to measure the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. But her intuition told her that Xu Weiyun might not come with good intentions. Jing Qin did not come today. Otherwise, she would have asked him. His little sister had 2 broken legs. Why didn't she know how to behave? She knocked on the table and instructed Su Qing, "You should go out and walk around more these days. Especially pay attention to the movements of Tai Ching Si. Once there is any news, report to me immediately." She stayed in the Kunling Bureau during the day. The 2 bodyguards who were supposed to protect her had no place to use their skills, so she sent them out as spies. Needless to say, one of them really had talent in this area. It was Su Qing. Don't be fooled by his gentle, shy, and honest appearance. However, his ears and nose were very sensitive, and he could always bring back some useful information to Yu Shu, allowing her to be 1 step ahead of others. Yu Shu was not the only one who heard the news that a new female official had come to Taiching Department. The sudden appearance of a young girl took up the position that many people had been eyeing for a long time. Not many people in the Celestial Commissioner were happy. Even if Xu Weiyun had the banner of Mount Longhu above her head, it was not enough to convince people, especially when there was already a precedent of Jing Qin among the Celestial Commissioner. It was hard for people to have a good impression of Xu Weiyun, who had also entered through the back door. It had only been 2 days, but someone was already gossiping in front of Yu Shu. "The new Miss Xu Weiyun from Tai Ching Si is not very old. She looks even younger than you, my lord. I don't know how much ability she has learned in Taoism. Milord Yu and Milord Jing are friends. I heard that Miss Xu Weiyun and Milord Jing are fellow disciples of the same sect. Is that true?" This person was an official from the Comptroller's Department, Xanya subordinate. Today, he had come to Kunling Bureau to check the finances. When he had the time, he came in to visit Yu Shu and gossip. Yu Shu smiled at him. "How can I discuss my superior's private matters? Why don't you go back and ask your milord Xan? He must know." The other man mysteriously moved closer and said, "Official Yu, you may not know this, but there are many people in the Imperial Palace who are not convinced. They are all comparing the newly appointed junior minister to you. Both of you are young, but you are already in an important position. However, you are a true master of the grand evolution divination and a famous female fortune teller. That immortal nun is nothing." Hearing this, Yu Shu stopped smiling and said with a serious face, "Even if it is the appointment of the great supervisor, it has its own reasons. It is better for us not to gossip behind his back." After being humiliated by her, the person left resentfully. Seeing that the person had left, Yu Shu snorted coldly and turned to Wen Xiaoan, who was looking at her. The original Xiao Qingjing of Tai Qingxi left his post and returned to his hometown because of his mother's illness. As soon as he left, many aristocratic families had their eyes on that position. One by one, they tried their best to recommend him to their superiors. Unfortunately, the great supervisor had another candidate. These people didn't get what they wanted, so it was inevitable that they were unwilling. They couldn't just watch the duck that was already in their mouths fly away. If someone wants to use me as a tool, it depends on whether I am willing to cooperate or not. Indeed, Shui Yun's 2 legs were broken, so she didn't live up to her name. It was really difficult for her to be the Xiao Qing of Tai Qingxi. However, she was personally hired by the great supervisor as an exception. If she said anything unfavorable to Shui Yun today, it would be spread all over the Celestial Commissioner tomorrow. Yu Shu didn't want Shui Yun to stay in the Celestial Commissioner, but she also didn't want to stand out and go against the great supervisor. Besides, she wasn't afraid of Shui Yun at all. If they came, they could come and play whatever tricks they wanted. This was her current mentality. Hearing her words, Wen Xiaoan seemed to understand something. After thinking for a while, he asked her, "In your opinion, will the new female Xiaoqing be pulled down from her position?" Yu Shu twirled a newly cut brush and said to him with a smile, "Remember, people won't die if they don't ask for it. It would be fine if Shui Yun behaved herself, but if she provoked her, there was only a dead end." There were also people who were happy that Shui Yun became the Celestial Commissioner, such as Lu Tan. He knew the news earlier than anyone else because before Shui Yun became the Celestial Commissioner, she had discussed it with him. She told him that she wanted to become the Celestial Commissioner and asked him to inquire about the vacancies. At that time, he was very surprised because Shui Yun's tone was too calm. It was as if she could become a female officer in the Celestial Commissioner with just a word. Lu Tan reported with a skeptical attitude. He inquired about several vacancies in the Imperial Astronomer. The one with the highest position was the junior minister of the Imperial Astronomer. It didn't take long before Shui Yun took office. Thus, among the current Celestial Commissioner, the right commander was his Shu, the Xiao Qing of Tai Qingxi was his Shirgu, and the female imperial advisor of Kunling Bureau was his Kun seat at the Shuangyang meeting. How could he not be happy? Lu Tan had spent his early years on Mount Longhu and returned to the capital when he was young. Even if he wanted to compete with Ning Wang for the position of Crown Prince, he was not as powerful as Ning Wang. Other than relying on his maternal grandfather's Shui family, he did not even have half a confidant in the court. Under Shui Lingnan's guidance, he was not in a hurry to form a clique for personal gain. Instead, he focused on building his reputation and recruiting talents. However, not long ago, the emperor released Ning Wang early, causing him to feel a strong sense of danger. No matter how he looked at it, Emperor Zhao Qing's preferred successor was Lu Hao. Otherwise, why would Lu Hao be involved in the imperial envoy's murder case and Emperor Zhao Qing banished Lu Yi but was not willing to heavily punish Lu Hao? Otherwise, why would he be sent to a Daoist sect to cultivate while Lu Hao could stay in the stables from a young age and cultivate his power? Otherwise, why would Lu Hao's maternal grandfather, Yin Tianho, still have military power while his maternal grandfather, Shui Lingnan, had his military seal taken away before he returned to the capital? Lu Tan was afraid that he would not make it in time. Before he could fully develop his wings, Emperor Zhao Qing would announce the candidates for the position of Crown Prince. Thus, after Jing Qin, it was a good thing that Shui Yun could occupy a seat on the Celestial Commissioner. In his view, whether it was Jing Qin or Shui Yun, they would become his supporters sooner or later. Otherwise, who would they help? There were actually only a few princes who had the potential to become crown prince: Lu Hao, Lu Du, Lu Zhan, and him. The others were either young or had been eliminated early and were not a threat. 8th Prince Lu Du's birth was not enough. His mother was only a noble and had only been promoted because she had done a meritorious service in giving birth to him. 12th brother Lu Chan did not have great ambitions. Now that he was close to him, he could be pulled in as a helper. So from start to finish, his opponent had only been Ning Wang. Ning Wang, who was older than him, more powerful than him, Ning Wang, who was more favored by Fu Wang than him. How could he cut off Ning Wang's advantages? On one side, Lu Tan was happy, but on the other side, he was worried. During dinner, he couldn't help but be distracted. Xia Jiangmin, who was already Xia Jiangmin, had detected it. She first restrained herself and didn't say anything. After dinner, when tea was served, she sat beside him and asked in concern, "Is there something on Wang Ye's mind? Or is it that tonight's dishes are not to your liking? You didn't eat much." Lu Tan came back to his senses and found that his beautiful and lovely Wang Fei was looking at him with a face full of worry. He couldn't help but smile at her and pinch the back of her hand, replying, "It's nothing. Later, you can just send supper to my study." Xia Jiangmin's face blushed slightly. She made a light sound of agreement and didn't ask further. The two were about to be married for a month. A young couple, it was the period of intense affection and sweetness. At night, if Lu Tan wasn't in the study studying military strategies, he would be resting in Xia Jiangmin's Yuxiang Yuan. As for the concubines that his brothers had gifted to him when he opened the fu, he completely ignored them. This kind of steady and tender Lang Jun, how could Xia Jiangmin not love him? That night, Xia Jiangmin personally sent the bird's nest porridge to the study. Lu Tan left the other people and the husband and wife sat together, taking a bite, the sweetness unspeakable. Lu Tan was young and full of vigor. Marrying such a beautiful woman, how could he let her stay in an empty room? So they made their nuptial chamber in the study. The two of them had a good time, making love and forgetting their worries for a moment, and were happy. The next morning, the servants came in to help him wash and freshen up. Before Lu Tan went to court, he didn't forget to mention to Xia Jiangmin, "When I'm not in the fu, you're bored by yourself. Why don't you invite some friends to come and talk with you?" Xia Jiangmin smoothed his clothes and pouted, "My home is in Jiangnan. How can I have any friends in the stable?" Lu Tan smiled and scratched her nose, reminding her, "Isn't there Yu Lianfang? I remember that you two are very close. Why haven't you been in contact recently?" At the mention of Yu Shu, Xia Jiangmin's eyes lit up. "Can I invite her to the fu as a guest?" Lu Tan said, "Why not? This Jing Wang fu belongs to me, you're the mistress, you can invite whoever you want, as long as you're happy." Xia Jiangmin instantly beamed with joy. She didn't bother to help him wash and freshen up. She picked up her skirt and walked out. "I'll write an invitation to invite her now." Lu Tan wasn't angry, he shook his head and smiled behind her. "This impatient temper, you need to change. P.S. Sad face, I don't know how many students are following this article. I wish the students taking the college entrance exam all the best, and do better than usual. If you think this website is good, please share it more. Thank you for your support." Chapter 689. The person Shui Rui sent to the south to gather information came back. Because it was related to his secret, he didn't trust anyone else to do it. The person who went was a loyal servant left by his adoptive father. Gue de Shui Rui had kept a total of 9 servants that started with the word Gue. Besides the first Gue that was given to him by Shui Rui's father in the beginning, the others were either convict slaves that Shui Rui had carefully selected from the provider's courtyard, or they were poor people that he'd taken in when he was wandering outside for the past 2 years. They didn't need to go through Shui Lingnan's hands at all, and they obeyed his orders obediently. Not all of these 9 people were loyal, so until now, only Gue De, Gue San Gue Lu, Gue Qi, and Gue Ba were left. Gue De was the oldest. When Shui Rui was still a baby, he had already recognized Shui Lingnan's father as his master. It seemed that he had been a wanderer for a while when he was young. He was proud of his martial arts and righteousness. Later, he offended a local tyrant and his family was killed. When Xuelingnan's father returned to the capital to report on his work, he tried to clear the injustice of his family. After Xuelingnan's father died, Xuelingnan felt an unbearable pain in his heart. At one point, he wanted to sell the surviving Gui Dafa, but this loyal servant knelt in front of Xuelingnan's father's coffin and kowtowed out a few dozen times until his head was bleeding. He said that Xuelingnan's father had left a will for him to serve the eldest young master, so he insisted on staying by the young Xue Rui's side. In order to avoid Yushu, Xue Rui didn't meet anyone in Wangji Tower. Instead, he went to Nanlin Lumber Company. This was a property left to him by Xuelingnan after his father's death. Gui De arrived at the capital in the morning. Before he came to see Xue Rui, he had washed himself clean. However, he looked much thinner, which meant that he had suffered a lot during this trip. There was a basement in Nanlin Lumber Company. Gui-san was guarding the entrance above. Even a mouse couldn't hear anything. "Uncle Gui, did you find anything?" Xue Rui went straight to the point. He didn't hide anything in front of Gui De. He was not Xue family's flesh and blood. Gui De knew this 3 years ago. Seeing that he was in a hurry, Gui De did not waste any time and reported everything they had gained from the trip to Yiyang. "I went to Yiyang and visited the county government's warehouse several times. I found out that in the 11th year of Baotai, there were 7 women surnamed Han who moved their households because of intermarriage." Xue Rui learned from Yushu that Yunhua and his first wife, the Madame Han, were in a relationship. It was around the 11th year of Baotai's reign that they got married. Yun Mufeng was a fake name, so he had no way of finding it. Thus, he asked Gui De to investigate directly from the Han family. After a woman got married, she would move her family to the man's name. This would be recorded in the local government office. True enough. Gui De found 7 suspects and interviewed them one by one. Finally, they locked onto one of them. It was suspected that Yunhua's first wife was Xue Rui's birth mother. There was a daughter, Madame Han. She married in the 7th month of the 11th year of Baotai. Her husband's surname was Liu and his given name was Yen. He settled down in Shiping Alley. This old servant found the couple's former acquaintances. According to their recollections, Liu Yen was a guest who went to the capital to take the imperial examination and left his family behind. Later, his wife became pregnant and disappeared without a trace. "I don't know where she went." Xue Rui's face was expressionless. He clenched his fists on his knees. His chest felt like it was being pressed by a big hand. It was stuffy and blocked. His reason told him that this Han family was his birth mother. "What's her name?" Gui De hesitated. He reached out and wrote on the small tea table between them, Han Ning. Han Ning. Xue Rui remembered that this was his birth mother. He closed his sore eyes. After a long time, he let out a long breath as if he had removed a burden from his heart. Finally, he was no longer an evil creature of unknown origin. He found his fated parents and knew where they came from, whether they were dead or alive. "Young master, do we continue to look for the whereabouts of this couple?" After all, Gui De had taken care of Xue Rui for so many years. When he saw his reaction at this moment, he guessed that Liu Yan and his wife were Xue Rui's birth parents. Xue Rui's face seemed to be in pain. He couldn't help but recall what happened 3 years ago. At that time, Xue Rui almost became the emperor's son-in-law. Then, the 10th princess died, and the Xue family narrowly avoided a great disaster. One day after that, Xue Rui drunkenly called him over and asked him if he knew who his birth parents were. At that time, Gui De was shocked because he had never thought that the son that Xue Zhao was worried about before his death and made him swear to protect was not his biological son. He thought that Xue Rui had heard the rumor, but it turned out that it was not a joke. Shui Rui left without saying a word. The first person to notice that Shui Rui had left home was Guida, and he reported this matter to Shui Lingnan at the first possible moment. After that, he requested to leave the capital to pursue Shui Rui. Until now, Guida still remembered old Master Shui's cold and indifferent expression at that time and the question he asked, "Do you know why he ran away from home?" Guida wasn't young at that time, so he wasn't stupid enough to tell old Master Shui that he probably went to find his birth parents because he couldn't bear the shock of the truth of his birth. He could only bow his head in front of old Master Shui and cry, "I don't know." Then old Master Shui let him go, even though he couldn't get Shui Rui back in the end, and let him wander outside for 2 years. Guida pulled back his thoughts and heard Shui Rui's tired voice, "No need. Uncle Gui, go and rest. We'll talk later." Guida wanted to ask why he stopped looking for them. It was so difficult to find a clue. Why did he give up just like that? But as soon as he saw Shui Rui's empty eyes, he swallowed his words and left quietly. He was indeed tired. His bones weren't the same as when he was young. He couldn't rush through the night on horseback and shorten a month's journey to half a month. Now, he just wanted to lie down and sleep, not caring about anything else. Guida left, leaving Shui Rui alone. The silence around him made him easily fall into deep thought. Now that he knew who his birth parents were, there was only one question left in front of Shui Rui: how did his adoptive father die? That day, Shui Lingnan was so angry that he revealed his birth with one sentence. At the same time, he revealed another fact: Shui Rui's father died because of him. Shui Zhao died when Shui Rui was 6 years old. At that time, Shui Rui just started to remember things, so he didn't know the cause and effect. But according to Guida's story, Shui Zhao's father went out alone one day. When he came back, he suddenly fell ill and died. At a young age, Shui Rui learned to wear mourning clothes, so he didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until he gradually grew up that he found the whole thing was full of doubts. For example, why did his father go out alone? Why did Shui Zhao suddenly fall ill? His grandfather claimed that his father died because of him, but Shui Rui couldn't remember what he had done to kill his father when he was young. So the only explanation was that before Shui Zhao's death, Shui Zhao went out for him. 3 years ago, the night before Shui Rui left the capital, he broke into Shui Lingnan's study. He plucked up his courage and asked Shui Lingnan who his birth parents were and who killed his father. Shui Lingnan told him cruelly, "Unless I'm buried, if you want to know who your parents are, go and find them yourself. As for your father, didn't I tell you before? He died because of you." His memory was fixed on the face that hated him. Shui Rui suddenly closed his eyes. His body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but feel disgusted with himself. He knew that his grandfather might have provoked him on purpose, but he was still afraid. He was afraid that one day, when the truth was revealed, he would be unable to face the ugliness. P.S. Chapter 690. Jing Wang Fei's invitation was sent to Baochong Street at noon. In the evening, it was placed on Yushu's desk along with a variety of invitations and visiting cards. Yushu would spend some time after dinner every day to deal with these posts. She would reply to the ones that needed to be replied to, throw away the ones that needed to be thrown away, and avoid going if she couldn't. If it really couldn't be done, she would have the servants prepare a gift to send over in her name. This could be considered as building a relationship and not becoming a laughingstock. Xia Jiangmin's invitation was written very formally, not like her tone. The literal meaning was, the chrysanthemums in Jing Wang Fu's garden are all in bloom. She asked Yushu if she was in the mood to admire the flowers with her. She had prepared good wine and food to entertain her. But Yushu still understood the coquettish tone under the words, "The Wang Fu is so big and I'm so bored. Come and chat with me." Yushu held the thin invitation and smiled. She had Yundo grind the ink and immediately wrote back to her, agreeing to visit the day after tomorrow when she was off. After doing all this, it was already late at night. She divined 2 more times before it was time to go to bed. Hearing Yundo remind her of the time, Yushu didn't want to sleep. She had planned to look through the notes that Situ Qinglan had copied for her today. She couldn't go to Taisha Shu Garden to listen to the lectures, but it was still beneficial to look at the notes. After hesitating, she decided to finish today's matter today. She took the notes and went to bed. She sat at the head of the bed and flipped through them. Who knew that as soon as she started reading, she got up and went to the study to look for textbooks. She didn't sleep until the latter half of the night. The next day, she got up late and rushed to the Celestial Commissioner's roll call. When a colleague saw her, he asked, "Official, you didn't rest well last night, ah?" When she arrived at Kunling Bureau, she sat down and yawned repeatedly. When Shaoan saw that she was very sleepy and suggested, "There's nothing urgent in the morning. Official, you should go to the back and lie down. I'll call you if there's anything." Her office was a suite. There was a bed and quilt in the west room for her to rest at noon. This was the privilege of the adjutant of the first bureau. There were also a few sets of clothes locked in the closet that Yushu usually used in case of emergencies. "Then I'm going to sleep for a while. Wake me up in an hour." Yushu didn't argue with him. He turned around and entered the west room. Closing the door, he took off the starched, well-ironed official robe and laid on the bed in his undergarments. He covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. Then, he slept for an unknown period of time. He could vaguely hear someone talking outside. She was awoken by the disturbance. He sat up in a daze and was putting on his clothes when he heard someone knocking on the door. It was as if he was afraid that she would still be asleep and wake her up. "What's the matter?" she asked. When Xiao An's serious voice came from the other side of the door, "Your Excellency, Minister Taiching is here to inspect." He didn't say anything else, but Yushu could tell that something was wrong, so she quickly cleaned up, wiped her face with cold water, and opened the door to go out. It was about 4 in the morning. The shadows of the trees outside the window shone in. With a glance, Yushu saw Shui Yun, who had stopped in front of her wide and long birch table. Why did she stop there? It was because she was sitting in a wheelchair. After 2 months, Shui Yun's complexion was much better than when Yushu last saw her at Jing Wangfu. At least, she wasn't pale and weak like a gust of wind could blow her away. Yushu noticed that she was wearing a slightly loose official robe. There was a pair of embroidered patches on her shoulders. It was also a leisurely blooming iris, but the difference was that her flower was a deep blue, while Shui Yun's was a light pink. Shui Yun had just picked up a string of agarwood beads hanging on the corner of Yushu's table and played with it. When she heard the sound of the door, she turned her head unhurriedly, leaned against the back of the chair, and looked at Yushu up and down. She smiled slightly and said, "I just came here and wanted to look around. Because you are the only one among the Celestial Commissioner who is familiar with you, I came looking for you. I didn't expect to come at the wrong time and disturb official Yu's rest." Yushu looked at Wen Xiaoan, who looked uneasy. She went around to the window and sat down. While sending him to ask someone to pour tea, she grinned at Shui Yun and showed a standard fake smile. 2 days ago, I heard that a new vice minister had arrived in the Taiching department. She's about the same age as me, and she's also a woman. I was wondering if there was any female disguise artist in the capital that I didn't know. After a long time, it turns out to be you, Miss Shui Yun. No wonder, ah. As soon as the 2 people who hated each other met, they first exchanged a move with a smile with hidden daggers. Shui Yun hinted that Yushu was sleeping in the official office in broad daylight and did not do proper work. Yushu ridiculed her for not being a proper disguise artist and got in through the back door. Now I am also an official in the Celestial Commissioner. Official, you doesn't need to call me miss. It is improper. My rank is the same as yours, so you can call me Minister Taiching Shui. Just now, she said that she was familiar with Yu Shu, but in the blink of an eye, she put on airs. Shui Yun made it clear that she did not come with good intentions. Yu Shu was not a vegetarian. She glanced at Shui Yun's left hand that was holding the bead. It seemed that it was not a big deal, so she asked quite straightforwardly, Official Shui's injury is better? I don't know when you can walk again. At that time, Shui Yun schemed against her and was captured by Prince Ning's people together. She experienced a death tribulation and had the tendons of her hands and feet cut. Under Jing Chen's careful treatment, her hands were saved and gradually healed. However, her legs never got better. This was a sore point in her heart. When Yu Shu mentioned it in front of her, she almost couldn't maintain her amiable appearance. You don't need to worry about my injury. Yu Shu sneered, who cares about you? I want you to be a cripple for the rest of your life. She and Jing Chen had fallen from a life-and-death friendship to today's situation. Jing Chen was partly responsible for Jing Chen's lack of assertiveness, but what disgusted Yu Shu the most was Shui Yun's role as a troublemaker. Shui Yun believed that she was clear about Jing Chen's fate, so she regarded her as a thorn in her side. After meeting her a few times, she had the intention to kill her. She thought that if she died, Jing Chen's Taoist heart would not be moved, so he could not threaten the group of ox-nosed Taoists of Mount Longhu. No matter how she calculated, she made a fool of herself. She did not expect that she, who had almost been killed by her, was the person who they had been looking for. When Xiao Ben came in with tea and found that the atmosphere was not as harmonious as before. He first refilled Yu Shu's cup and hesitated for a moment. When he was about to show the tea to Shui Yun, he heard Yu Shu say to him, "There's no need to trouble yourself. The tea here is cheap, and it's not made with mountain spring dew. Official Shui's body is weak. If you have a headache or fever after drinking it, it will be my fault." When Xiao En frowned and obediently put the teapot aside. He retreated behind Yu Shu and acted as a stake. Shui Yun calmed her breathing and secretly told herself not to be angry with this despicable person. She had a way to deal with her. Therefore, she smiled gently at Yu Shu and said, "I just came to say hello to you. I have somewhere else to go later, so I won't disturb you any longer. Do as you please, Lord Shui." Seeing that she was about to leave, Yu Shu did not intend to stand up to send her off. Instead, she instructed Wen Xiao and, "Help me send Xiaoqing off. It's not convenient for her to come and go. Don't let her stay in our Kunling bureau." Yu Shu was the kind of person who would step on someone's sore spot. Even Wen Xiao En, who did not know their past, could tell that Yu Shu and the newly appointed Taiching Bureau junior supervisor were enemies and not friends. Shui Yun's eyes darkened. She casually placed the string of wooden beads on the table and signaled the attendants behind her to push her away. When she reached the door, she paused and said to the secretary behind her in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, "Note that Yu Shu, the female official of Kunling Bureau, hides in the room and takes a nap on duty. She is considered to be slacking in her work." Yu Shu heard it clearly. Her mouth twitched and she almost pointed her middle finger at the back of Shui Yun's head. Using public office to avenge personal grudges. Good job. When the people left, Wen Xiao En worriedly said to Yu Shu, "This is the fault of slacking in work. If it is recorded 3 times in a row, you will be fined. Your Excellency is still in the examination period. Such remarks are not good for you." Yu Shu pulled a long face and said, "I know. You are more familiar with the Celestial Commissioner's chronicles than me. Keep an eye on me from tomorrow. Don't let me make any mistakes." It seemed that Shui Yun was determined to continue to disgust her. Today's incident was definitely not an accident. When Xiao and felt a little guilty, it's all my fault. If I didn't persuade you to go to sleep, you wouldn't have been caught. Yushu waved her hand, it has nothing to do with you. You don't know that I have a big grudge with this new Taiching Si Xiaoqing. She deliberately found fault with me. She didn't care about this. By the way, how did the people outside do their jobs? She broke into my room and there wasn't even someone to inform me. When Xiao En was about to tell her about this, I also felt strange. She just came in like this. The low-ranking official guarding the door was nowhere to be seen. I took the opportunity to go out and take a look when I was making tea. I found out that they thought the sun was too strong outside and hid in the water heater room to slack off. Yushu furrowed her brows and quickly thought it through. She had been in the Kunling bureau for 2 to 3 months. Perhaps it was because her reputation was loud enough and Jing Chen didn't care, so everyone in the courtyard followed her lead. But as time passed, the subordinates didn't see her lose her temper, so it was inevitable that they would start to play tricks. Your Excellency, what should we do with them? Yushu touched her chin and soon came up with a cowardly idea, let's do it this way. When Lu Hong and Su Qing come back at noon, you take the 2 low-ranking officials to the gate of the bureau and beat them 20 times each with a stick. Beat them slowly. The louder the noise, the better. If someone asks, you tell them that there is a new Taiching Si Xiaoqing. He came out to patrol in the morning and found someone slacking off. Just say that I am not strict enough and want me to punish them severely. When Xiao En didn't understand it for the first time, but Yushu didn't mind giving him some advice, isn't she a new official who makes 3 changes? Don't think that I'm the only one. There is always such a big celestial commissioner. Everyone has a share of the good and the bad. Originally, the 3 departments and 2 bureaus were dissatisfied with Shui Yun, the little girl who came in through the back door. Now after Yushu made such a scene, everyone knew that Shui Yun was not just a decoration. The original Taiching Si Xiaoqing who left was not a meddlesome person. Everyone had been comfortable for a long time. Suddenly there was such a troublemaker. Everyone would be in danger. Yushu tasted the cheap flower tea she packed from Wangji building and was lost in thought. Chapter 691. Yushu suffered in the Celestial Commissioner's office during the day. When she returned home in the evening, she put the things she planned earlier on the agenda. After dinner, Yushu returned to the upper room. As soon as she entered the door, she waved to Akiko Abe, who was sitting on a low stool practicing needlework. Akiko, come here, let's talk. This child was really diligent. Yushu asked Xian and her sister to teach her the rules. She saw that other people knew needlework, so she took the initiative to learn. These days, when Yushu didn't need her service, she saw her holding a basket and concentrating on threading the needle. Master. When Akiko Abe heard Yushu's call, she quickly put down the things in her hands and followed Yushu's footsteps. The 2 entered the inner room. She quickly added a lamp to illuminate the room. Yushu saw her eyes were slightly red and swollen. She guessed that she stayed up all night, so she asked, when did you sleep last night? There were servants and maids on duty outside the master's bedroom in a big family. There was no such rule in her house, but after she bought Xian and Lin from the provider's house, she slowly picked them up. Yesterday, it was not Akiko who slept outside her room. It could be seen that she stayed up all night to learn needlework. Akiko Abe lowered her head and didn't dare to lie. About 3:00. It's almost dawn, Yushu thought. Did you doze during the day? No. Akiko Abe quickly shook her head and looked at Yushu with wide eyes. She nervously said, I didn't sleep during the day. I know. Yushu patted her to comfort her. The shoulder under her hand was thin and small. When she thought that this child came to this place across the sea and had no relatives in the world, she couldn't help but feel a different kind of intimacy. Just like her, when she came here, she was like a rootless duckweed. No one would ever know where she came from. Just like her, coming here, she was like a rootless duckweed, no one would ever know where she came from. People who can adapt to circumstances always have a way to live. Akiko Abe was brought back from the provider's house less than 2 months ago. Those who could adapt to their circumstances would always have a way to survive. It had been less than 2 months since she brought Biki back from the orphanage. The habits of the Japanese could no longer be seen from him. His speech was fluent, and even the rules of being a servant seemed to have been learned well. Her origins were unknown. Although Yushu had made her a servant, she had shown special concern for her. However, regardless of whether it was Yundo who had followed her since the beginning, or Xian, or Enlin, who had caught up later, none of them had rejected her. Instead, they had taken care of her. This was enough to show that Biki was not a fool who only knew how to kowtow and call her master. And Bakue received her sudden compliment. Her face quickly turned red, and she seemed a little excited. She rubbed her fingers together, wanting to kneel down and worship him. She then remembered that Yushu didn't like her kowtowing. He knelt down and quietly raised his head. Seeing that she wasn't displeased, he boldly reached out and gently tugged at the hem of her skirt. In a low and respectful voice, he called out, "Master." In her eyes, her master was the god who had saved her from the Avicii hell. She was the hope for her survival. However, Yushu couldn't stand her nauseating gaze. It was like a 200-watt light bulb, making her eyes hurt. She coughed twice and went back to the main topic. "The book I gave you a while ago, I asked you to circle the words you don't know. I asked you to circle the words you don't know. Have you finished reading them?" And Biki knew how to write calligraphy. Her handwriting was quite good, but she didn't know many words. Xian, and Lin were literate, but they didn't know how to teach others. Moreover, Yushu didn't intend to let her learn how to be a servant in the orphanage. Therefore, she found a thick book of miscellaneous notes for her and asked her to flip through a few pages every day and circle the words she didn't know. And Biki replied shamefully, "I've finished reading it, but I don't know many words. Bring it to me." "Yes." And Biki brought the book over. Yushu flipped through it and found that more than half of the words were circled. Thinking of her original plan, she said to her, "Queasy, I have something important for you to do. But before that, you have to recognize all the Chinese characters. I'll find a teacher for you to teach you how to read. Are you willing?" How could Biki say no? She had an expression of obedience to Yushu's arrangements. Queasy will listen to master. This was the advantage of Biki. If it were Yundo or Xian, they would definitely be overcautious. They were either afraid that they weren't up to the task or worried that they wouldn't be able to learn well. After instructing Biki, Yushu turned around and went to Yu Xiaoxiu's place. Yu Xiaoxiu was doing his homework. The headmaster of Baichuan Academy was quite strict. Every day, he had to do homework. Most of the time, he had to copy big characters and recite the text. The next day, he would check everything in school. If he didn't finish it or didn't do it well, he would be beaten on the palm. To Yushu's relief, Yu Xiaoxiu had never been punished for this. 11 or 12 years old boys were at the age where they loved to play. Every day, he would go between the academy and the clinic. He was not naughty, nor did he run around. During dinner today, Fangji proudly told her that Yu Xiaoxiu could already draw the human meridian diagram by heart. He had started to read the inner canon of the Yellow Emperor. His learning progress was very gratifying. In fact, Yu Xiaoxiu was not smart enough, nor did he have amazing talent. But he could not resist the boy's focus. In this aspect, he was exactly the same as Yushu. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu saw Yu Shu coming in and called. Bai Ran, who was sitting next to him and reading, quickly stood up. She thought that Yu Shu had something to say to Yu Xiaoxiu, so she wanted to hide. Unexpectedly, Yu Shu reached out and pressed Yu Xiaoxiu to sit down. Write your work first. We'll talk after you finish. Bai Ran, stay here. I have something to say later. Bai Ran didn't foolishly sit back. Instead, she went forward to pour tea for Yu Shu and lit the gauze lamp near her. Although Yu Shu asked him to study with Yu Xiaoxiu and Yu Xiaoxiu never ordered him around like a servant, he would recognize his own identity. Yu Xiaoxiu finished the remaining 2 big characters. Bai Ran fetched water for them to wash their hands. One sat in front of Yu Shu and the other stood behind Yu Xiaoxiu. As usual, Yu Shu first asked her brother about his studies and whether he had been bullied in the academy recently. Finally, she mentioned Bai Ran. Every day after school, you go to Uncle He's medical center. Does Bai Ran go with you? Yu Xiaoxiu said, yes, we go to school and go home together. Yu Shu said, you go to the medical center to learn medicine. What about Bai Ran? Does he help? Yu Xiaoxiu was stunned. He turned his head to look at Bai Ran and scratched his head. He helps me by the side. Yu Shu saw that there was no dissatisfaction on Bai Ran's face. She smiled and poked Yu Xiaoxiu's head. When you go to be an apprentice, you still bring an assistant. I happen to have something to ask Bai Ran to do. It depends on whether you are willing or not. In the future, you go to the medical center after school and let him go directly back to the mansion. How about it? This time, Bai Ran couldn't be the background anymore. She looked up at Yu Shu with doubt. What's the matter? Yu Xiaoxiu asked. I have a maidservant who knows a few words. I want Bai Ran to teach her to read and write when she is free. She is your study partner. If I want to borrow someone, I have to ask you first. Yu Shu didn't have a whimsical idea. She had already considered this matter. Bai Ran was a son of a rich family. He was enlightened since he was a child. He knew all kinds of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. His small regular script was very beautiful. Even if his level was not as good as the master in the private school, he was enough to teach Akiko. Besides, they were in the same mansion. It was convenient to come and go. Otherwise, she would really worry about where to find a teacher to teach Akiko. Hearing this, Bai Ran didn't say anything. Yu Xiaoxiu felt strange and said, your maidservant? Which one? Why do you want her to read? Yu Shu raised her hand and knocked on his head. You don't need to ask so much. Just tell me if you agree or not. Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his forehead and weakly said, I don't have anything. Sister, you can ask Bai Ran. If he is willing to teach, then let him teach. Yu Shu looked at Bai Ran and said with a pleasant face, if you are willing to teach her, I will give you a monthly salary. I will give you 2 silver coins as a tuition fee. Bai Ran hesitated and said, I have never taught people to read. I am afraid I can't teach well. Yu Shu smiled. What are you afraid of? You just need to let her learn. If she can't learn well, then she is stupid. I won't blame you. Seeing this, Bai Ran felt relieved and agreed. Compared with going to the clinic with Yu Xiaoxiu, teaching a little maidservant to read and writing was more than enough for him to get a monthly salary. Well, I will forget about this month. Starting from next month, you can wait in the yard after school. I will ask the girl to come to you. Well, that's all I want. You can go to bed early after reading. Yu Shu got up and was about to leave. Yu Xiaoxiu followed her and secretly waved to Bai Ran to tell him not to follow. When the brother and sister went to the yard, Yu Xiaoxiu pulled Yu Shu's arm and asked, Sister, I haven't seen Brother Xue for a while. Yu Shu said, and asked him, what? What do you want to see your brother Shui for? Yu Xiaoxiu rubbed his toes and said shyly, I want to go to the suburbs to ride a horse. Yu Shu nodded and said, I say, you talk about him for no reason. It must not be because you miss him. Sister. Yu Xiaoxiu was thin-skinned and blushed as soon as she said that. His fair, delicate, and slightly immature face was very likable. Well, tomorrow I will ask him. If he has time, let him take you out to play. I promise you. Go back to the room and go to bed early. Okay. Yu Xiaoxiu ran back happily. Yu Shu looked at his happy back and felt much better. With the change of living environment, Yu Xiaoxiu became more cheerful and carefree day by day, which made her feel a sense of achievement as his sister. Walking back with her hands behind her back, Yu Shu thought along the way. During the day, she was troubled by Shui Yun in the Celestial Commissioner office. In fact, it was her fault. If she had not stayed up late to read last night, she would not have been so sleepy during the day. Thinking about it, after she entered the Kunling Bureau, she never had enough time. Every day, she wasted a lot of time on unnecessary things. She did everything by herself, so she had no time to spare. She asked in Beikue to learn to read with Bairan. In fact, she wanted to train a personal assistant to help her record her daily schedule, reply to letters, etc., and help her deal with some private things. Yu Shu wanted to find such a candidate for a long time. But as a confidant, she always felt that she did not trust Xan, and Lin, who were sinful slaves from the family institute. On the contrary, she did not have this concern with Nbeikue. Chapter 692. At the end of September, the families who didn't receive the official marriage documents waited for half a month without any news from the Kunling Bureau. The people they sent to send gifts were rejected at the door, and those who went to Madame Yin Deng to make arrangements did not come back. Besides, these families all knew each other and bumped into each other a few times outside the princesses and Yu's residences. Gradually, some people felt that something was wrong. This month, there was more than one family that didn't send the marriage documents. More or less, all of them were involved. Why didn't people think too much about it when the Kunling Bureau blocked their marriage documents for no reason? Some smart people could see that there was a reason for this. Obviously, someone had offended someone. The Kunling Bureau's decision-makers were the right commander and a female imperial official. The right commander was the emperor's nephew and usually spoke in simple terms. How could they have offended him? Since it wasn't the right commander, then there was something wrong with the female imperial official. After thinking about it, when did they offend Yu Shu? Soon, some people linked it to Madame Yin. A while ago, Yu Shu was present at Madame Yin Deng's birthday banquet. Because she had a disgraceful mother, everyone had a deep impression of her. Now that they thought about it, Madame Yin publicly revealed that Yu Shu's mother used to be her family's servant. How could Yu Shu be willing to accept it? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was true. Thus, someone took the lead and several families went to the assistant minister's residence. You asked them why they didn't go to Yu Shu. They had a guilty conscience. That day at Madame Yin's birthday banquet, everyone was present. Yu Shu was exposed in public and they treated it as a joke. In the end, she bore a grudge. It was all Madame Yin's fault. She had nothing better to do than to make fun of the Kunling Bureau's female imperial official. Wasn't she asking for it? When Madame Yin Deng heard the gatekeeper reporting the arrival of the guests, she felt a headache. She thought that this group of people was here to plead for her again. This time, they were all here. She couldn't hide even if she wanted to. She had no choice but to invite them in and let them go to the reception hall. As soon as the madam sat down, Madame Yin Deng took the initiative to speak. She sighed first and then put on a bitter smile. I know why you are here. listen to me first. It's not that I don't want to interfere, but I can't rush it. A few days ago, I personally paid a visit to Yu Nu's Yufu and met her. When I brought up the marriage certificate, she told me that it was the decision of the higher-ups and that it wasn't up to her. But don't worry, I've already asked her to ask the right commander to find out what's going on. Don't worry, I'll inform you as soon as I hear back. She went to look for Yu Shu, but she couldn't even get in. He didn't have the face to tell them, so he made up a story to brush them off. Madame Yin Deng knew that Yu Shu probably did it for her, but she didn't take it seriously. Even if Yu Shu did withhold the official marriage certificate on purpose, she couldn't withhold it for the rest of her life. 2 to 3 months at most. It was just a bluff. That was what Madame Yin and Deng thought. She didn't know that the madams in front of her had told each other before they came. They all thought that they were implicated by her and had complaints in their hearts. How could they be fooled by her words? Looking at each other, Madame Zhao was straightforward and couldn't help but complain first. It's not that I'm impatient. We've already set a date and we're just waiting for the marriage certificate to be issued this month. The betrothal gifts will be issued next month. With this mess, I don't know how long it will be delayed. Madam, can you give us a definite reply or be the middleman and invite Yu Nu out? We'll meet and ask her in person. This was what everyone was thinking. Which family didn't follow the official marriage certificate of the Celestial Commissioner? This was the law of Dawn. Without that piece of paper, no one dared to proceed. To put it more seriously, it would be a violation of the law and both parties would be treated as adultery. Yeah, why don't we invite Yu Nu over? Someone agreed. Hearing this, Yin Deng barely maintained her expression and said, the Celestial Commissioner is busy. She's just a female official and doesn't have as much free time as us. How can we meet her whenever we want? No matter how busy she is, she has to go home at night. Madame Zhao interrupted, why don't you show us the way? We can go to her house and look for her. She can't just close the door and refuse to see us. She's just a junior. It's not appropriate for us to mobilize so many people. We don't dare to treat her as a junior. She's a 5th-level official of the Celestial Commissioner. She's 1 level higher than our master. We have to salute her when we see her. Yin Deng didn't expect them to be so difficult to deal with. She was speechless and her face fell. After a while, someone said with dissatisfaction, Madame Yin, it's really suspicious of you to make excuses like this. Forgive me for being blunt, but before I came here, I heard some rumors. They said that the marriage certificate wasn't sent to us this time, and it was all Yu Nu's doing. It was all because we got close to your family, and you offended her, so we were implicated. The one who spoke was Madame Song. Her master was the vice minister of Guanglu Temple and had the same rank as Yin Zhurong. The Song family was an old family of officials and eunuchs in Anling City. The late old master Song was once the right prime minister of the late emperor. Therefore, when Madame Song questioned them, she was more confident than others. The other families more or less had to listen to Yin Deng, but she didn't have to. Now that the window paper was broken, Yin Deng felt guilty, but she had to force herself to continue. She pretended to be surprised and said, what do you mean? Why did I offend someone and cause you to suffer? Madame Song saw that she was still pretending and was annoyed. She said without mercy, if not, Madame Yin, why don't you invite Yu Nu here? I'll ask her in person what's going on. Madame Zhao also shouted, that's right. Whether it's true or not, you can ask Yu Nu here. Didn't Madame Yin say that her mother used to be a servant in your family? It's not impossible that you can't ask her. Other than Madame Yen, who couldn't speak because Master Yen was Master Yin's subordinate, the others all agreed. It seemed that they wanted to force Yin Deng to call Yu Shu over to confront her face to face. After all, children were the flesh of their parents. Especially their mothers, they didn't have the mind to care about the power of the Yin family in the face of marriage. Yin Dang wasn't a person without a temper. Being surrounded like this, she was also angry. She snorted and shouted, "Enough! I told you that you're guests. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being rude. What does that Yushu have to do with me? But her mother used to be a servant in my family. Now she wants to make things difficult for you. You can't do anything about it, so you come to vent your anger on me. I think you're too angry and came to the wrong door. Someone, send the guests out." After saying that, she flicked her sleeve and left from behind the screen. Because of this, both sides turned against each other. Women were born narrow-minded. No matter how good their friendship was, they could become enemies if they turned against each other. Madame Yen persuaded Madame Song and others to leave with a bitter smile. She also complained about Yin Dang in her heart. Hearing them talking about Yin Dang behind her back, she couldn't help but complain a little too. Yin Dang didn't expect that she had lost her temper in order to get out of trouble, but in the end, she had made so many enemies for herself. Yin Dang went back to her room. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't even eat. Yin Yuanbo came back from fooling around outside. He heard that his mother hadn't eaten dinner and asked if his father was at home, so he went to find him. When Madame Yin saw her son, she couldn't help but complain, "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor." They couldn't get the official marriage certificate, but they didn't go to that wicked girl. Instead, they came to make trouble for me. They insisted that I offended someone, so I made things difficult for them. The song enterprise is nothing. They brought people to our house and yelled at me. They think that our Yin family is easy to bully, right? And that damned Yushu. She is so vicious at such a young age. She beat around the bush and deliberately framed me. She should be killed. When Yin Yuanbo heard that it had something to do with Yushu, his face became gloomy. His eyes flickered and he said to Yin Dang, "Mother, don't worry. Your son will avenge you." Yin Dang was angry. She thought Yin Yuanbo was trying to make her happy, so she didn't take it seriously. She didn't know that Yin Yuanbo went out early the next morning. He quietly went to Prince Ning's mansion with a trusted servant. Yushu expected that someone would come to her to plead for her, but she didn't expect that the first one would be Shui Rui. In the evening, she returned home from the official office. As soon as she changed her official uniform, she heard a maid reporting that Lord Shui had come. "I heard that you haven't sent out a few official marriage documents this month." Shui Rui asked as soon as he saw her. Yushu raised her eyebrows and said, "Who told you that?" Shui Rui shook his head and smiled. "After the morning court, Lord Song of Guanglu Temple stopped me and asked me to plead for you. His eldest son has set a marriage and only needs the official marriage documents. The betrothal will be sent in half a month. He is very anxious." Yushu rolled her eyes and slowly walked to him and sat down next to him. She asked, "Did he tell you why his family didn't send out the marriage documents?" Shui Rui naturally inquired about it. Lord Song didn't say it clearly. But from what he said, it seemed that the wife of Assistant Minister Yin of the Ministry of Revenue offended you. His wife was close to Mrs. Yin, so she was implicated. Yushu nodded. "That's about it." Shui Rui frowned. "What happened between you and the Yin family? Why didn't I hear you mention it?" He took the time to come here not only to persuade her, but also to be curious about the dispute between Yushu and the Yin family that made her so angry that she vented her anger on others. Yushu looked at him and thought that she couldn't tell him that she was made a fool of by Mrs. Yin and made a fool of in front of the two brats of the Yin family. She made a draft in her mind and said, "Did you forget that I told you that my mother was a servant of a family in the capital, which is Assistant Minister Yin's family? Earlier, my mother sneaked into their house and recognized Yin Dang. Last month, on her birthday, my mother pestered me to go. As a result, she was humiliated by Yin Dang in public. She said that I was a servant of her family and ordered me around. At that time, most of the people present saw it as a joke. I was so angry that I tore up the official marriage documents of those families. Hearing this, Shui Rui was angry and amused. You've only been in office for 2 months, and you've already learned to avenge private grudges. That Mrs. Yin was really stupid. Regardless of how disgraceful Shu's background was, she was now an official of the imperial court and the favored messenger Miaoling by the emperor. Her reputation was known by everyone in the city. If one went out for a walk, he should have heard 1 or 2 glorious deeds of hers. How stupid one was to provoke her. Yu Shu curled her lips and said, "What I did is nothing. Someone has just been in office for 2 days and she has already begun to avenge private grudges." What? Yu Shu waved her hand and didn't want to mention Shui Yun's stare at her all day. She changed the topic. "Anyway, I have done it. I can't swallow it. But since you have come to intercede, I can't embarrass others." You mean Lord Song of the Guanglu Temple, right? I'll remember it. When you see him tomorrow, tell him that I will send the official marriage documents to his house 3 days later. Tell him not to worry and wait for the wedding. She could not give face to anyone, but she could not embarrass Shui Rui. Seeing that she was so easy to talk to, Shui Rui didn't know whether he should be happy or worried. He pondered for a moment and said, "You can't keep these marriage documents. After all, not everyone is as perceptive as Song Xiaoxue. They know that you are not to be trifled with. If someone is stubborn and goes to the Celestial Commissioner, it won't be easy for you to deal with it." Yu Shu said coldly, "If anyone dares to come and make trouble, I will return their family's 8-word calligraphy and give them a warning. Let them make trouble." Shui Rui was a little regretful. Did he give her some bad inspiration when solving Jin Sun's marriage? Seeing the tangled expression on Shui Rui's face, Yu Shu couldn't help laughing. She patted him on the shoulder and laughed, "Brother, don't worry. I'm not so stupid. After all, it's only Madame Yin and Dang who annoyed me. It has nothing to do with others. When they find out who they are implicated by, I think they will stop and won't ruin the marriage." Shui Rui thought for a while and decided to see Lord Song tomorrow. At least he could give an explanation. Yu Shu kept the marriage documents. It was Madame Yin and Dang's fault for mocking her family background. It was also wrong for the madams of their families to watch the fun. Don't hit people in the face. Don't expose people's shortcomings. After that, Yu Shu asked Shui Rui again, "Has there been any news from the people who went to the south?" Shui Rui's eyes flashed and he shook his head, "No, let's wait." Chapter 693. As the sun set, Jing Qin came out of the palace. In the carriage that accompanied him was an imperial physician who had been appointed by the emperor. Emperor Zhao Qing tried to find out the truth about their trip to the princess's tomb, but failed. So, he started to investigate how Jing Qin was attacked by a murderer in the south and had his acupoints pierced with silver needles. Jing Qin lost his memory for a while. After He Fangji treated him, he recovered his memory, but he forgot the most important part. Who was the one who beat him up and threw him on the river? He recalled that a year ago, after he said goodbye to Yu Shu, he left Yang and went to Jianya City alone to meet up with Prince Yang's men. It was during this time that he was attacked. However, he couldn't remember the details. How he was poisoned and how he floated on the river. Emperor Zhao Qing knew about this and thought it was because he was poisoned. He found a few good royal doctors to diagnose him, but they couldn't tell him anything. So, he put it down. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Today, he brought up the past again and gave him a royal doctor to follow him back to the princess's mansion. The doctor helped Jing Qin recuperate his memory so that he could catch the murderer. In short, no matter if it was Yunhua who stole the book of Fairy Woman or the thieves who poisoned the great people, Emperor Zhao Qing wouldn't let them go. He would catch and kill them all. Back at the princess's mansion, Jing Chen was tired for many days and couldn't eat. He washed up and was about to sleep when Shui Yun heard the news. Jing Chen didn't see her, so she stayed outside Sushi Pavilion. He rested for an hour. When he woke up, the moon was high in the sky. Hearing that she was still waiting outside, he put on his clothes and asked someone to bring her in. Senior brother. It was a cold autumn night. Shui Yun sat on a wooden wheelchair. She wore a heavy cloak and a hood. It was obvious that she came prepared. She knew that Jing Chen wouldn't see her easily. But she knew better. Jing Chen was soft-hearted. He wouldn't leave her alone. It's so late. What are you doing here instead of sleeping? Jing Chen walked down the stairs. His black hair fell loosely on his shoulders, making his skin look too pale. His clothes were thin and his shoulders were thin. Shui Yun hadn't seen him for half a month. Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but worry. What have you been busy with recently? Are you injured or sick? I heard that you brought an imperial physician back and was worried, so I came over to ask about it. Jing Chen put his hands behind his back and stopped 3 feet away from her. With a faint expression, he said, the imperial physician was bestowed by the emperor. I'm not sick. Shui Yun was puzzled, then why did the emperor grant you the title of imperial physician? Jing Chen looked back at her. He tries to distinguish whether she is concerned or probing from her face. He doesn't like to lie. Moreover, Shui Yun knows that he lost his memory, so he tells her concisely, the emperor wants to arrest the people who tried to kill me on my way to the capital, so he sent Imperial Dr. Zhou to help me recover my memories. You should have done this long ago. Shui Yun verbally agreed, but she didn't think so. It's just that it's been so long, but you still don't remember. Does that Imperial physician Zhou have any skills? I heard that the great Tidian has an only son who is the successor of the medicine king of Nanmiao. If you want to find out why you lost your memory, why not ask him to diagnose you? Jing Chen slightly frowned and said, are you talking about Zhu Qingjue? I've seen him in the palace. This wasn't the first time Zhu Qingjue took his pulse. When he was first recognized by Emperor Zhao Qing, the first time he entered the palace, he summoned Zhu Qingjue to check his body. It was this young medicine king who determined that all the silver needles in his body had been removed. Without any hidden dangers, Emperor Zhao Qing was relieved to let him live in the princess residence. In the past few days in the palace, he saw Zhu Qingjue almost every day. Occasionally, he would be treated with acupuncture and was forced to drink some bitter medicine. Hearing this person's name, he subconsciously felt his stomach ache. Shui Yun wanted to ask for more details, but Jing Chen didn't give her the chance. I'm really tired. Go back and sleep. If there's anything else, we can talk tomorrow. Shui Yun thought that staying any longer would only annoy him, so she considerately said, then I'll leave. Shi Xiang should quickly rest. She had someone push him to the side of the door. As she turned around, she said to him, is Shi Xiang going to the Celestial Commissioner's office tomorrow? When he had time, he would go to the Kunling Bureau to see if Yushu had something to talk to him about. Jing Chen was distracted when he heard Shui Yun's excited voice, then I'll wake up early and wait for you. We'll go together. Yushu's right eyelid kept twitching when she woke up in the morning. Before she left, she did a divination and the result made her speechless. What kind of ghost divination is this, a peach blossom calamity? How can I have a rotten peach blossom? She rubbed her eyelids and muttered as she went out. When she arrived at the Kunling Bureau, she saw Wen Shao and waiting for her at the door of the outer courtyard before she entered. When he saw her, he took 2 steps forward and whispered, Right Commander Darren came early in the morning. With him is the new Tai Ching Bureau Shui Darren. The two of them are talking in the meeting hall downstairs. They seem to be waiting for you. Yushu thought that it was bad luck to see the god of plagues in the morning. Bah, bah. I know. Let's go in. When she came to the door of the East Pavilion, she saw Jing Chen and Shu Yun sitting at the top. Xiaolan, Ren Jia, and a few other servants were accompanying them. Today was the first day of the month. Since everyone was here, they could start the morning meeting. Jing Chen was the same as her. Although he was qualified to attend the morning court, he didn't pass the examination because his term was less than 3 months. He didn't have to go to the palace to see the emperor on the 1st and 15th day of the month. As soon as she entered the door, everyone got up to greet her. Even Jing Chen stood up. If Shu Yun didn't get up, she also couldn't get up. Ha! Yushu laughed at them in her heart. They were looking for fun for themselves. She returned everyone's greetings and picked a seat to sit down. She looked up and smiled at Shu Yun. Isn't the Tai Ching Bureau busy? Official Shui came to visit our Kunling Bureau early in the morning. You're looking for trouble again if you have nothing to do. Shui Yun also replied with a smile, I came early, unlike official you who came at the right time. If you came a bit later, you would be late. It would be strange if I didn't remember you. Jing Chen didn't know whether or not he saw the daggers hidden in their smiles. He coughed lightly and said to Shu Yun, we have a meeting to discuss. It's not convenient for you to be present. You can go back. He asked her to leave, but Shu Yun wasn't angry at all. She obediently responded, then I'll go somewhere else first. I'll come find you later. Jing Chen wanted to tell her not to come, but before he could say anything, Shu Yun had someone push her away. Before going out, she didn't forget to turn her head and stare at Yushu. Her expression and smiling face all seemed to be showing off. Yushu secretly rolled her eyes and turned her head to meet Jing Chen's apologetic eyes. She couldn't blame him even if she wanted to. Instead, she felt some sympathy for him. If he got involved with Shu Yun, this shit-stirrer, he would never be able to live a peaceful life. How pitiful. After the meeting as usual, Yushu followed Jing Chen up to the 2nd floor. When did Shu Yun become the Celestial Commissioner? Jing Chen closed the door and asked her. She's been here for a few days. Why don't you know? Yushu looked at him suspiciously. She didn't believe that he didn't know that they were fellow apprentices under the same roof. Jing Chen said, she said that she would come before, but I stayed in the palace. I didn't expect that she would enter the Taiching Bureau without saying a word. So, Yushu believed him and asked curiously, is her hand healed? Can she do divination? Shu Yun used to be Lu Tan's Kuan-shi. She seemed to know a strange skill of reading people. That day, she saw Shu Yun playing with the beads on her table. She thought that Shu Yun's hand was fine and she could do divination, so she appointed her as the Shao Qing. She was not afraid of people's words. Jing Chen shook his head, the wound is healed, but she can't do divination with the black iron prescription. In the study of Yi, Shu Yun's Qiqiao Linglong heart could help her understand the truth. But she could only do divination with the black iron prescription. The black iron prescription had 64 lots. Including the lot pot, it weighed 2 caddies. With her wrist strength, she definitely couldn't shake the black iron prescription. She couldn't even hold it, let alone do divination. Yushu was puzzled, then I don't understand. Why did you arrange her to be the Shao Qing of the Taiching Bureau? Even if it was because of her friendship with your Jingyi sect, she could have just been given an idle position. A few days ago, she beat 2 guards at the entrance of the Kunling Bureau and asked people to spread the news. This caused the imperial astronomer to misunderstand that Shu Yun was a troublemaker. Over the past few days, everyone in the imperial astronomer felt insecure, and there was much criticism. In private, everyone said that it was inappropriate to appoint Shui Yun as a high scholar. If it wasn't for the Daoqing's high prestige. At this moment, there would probably be people questioning him. Hearing her doubt, Jing Chen wanted to say something but stopped. Yu Shu's eyes were sharp. She immediately saw something fishy and refused to let it go. She asked, "Tell me, why?" Jing Chen couldn't hide it from her. After thinking for a while, he told her the truth. When Shui Yun went down the mountain to find me, she brought something to the Daoqing on behalf of my uncle Master Huai Yun. As a thank you, the Daoqing promised her something. I think she wanted to use this to become an official in the Celestial Commissioner. What is it? It's so precious. Yu Shu's curiosity was aroused. An item that could be exchanged for a 5th-rank official position in the Celestial Commissioner must be a priceless treasure. Jing Chen knew that she would ask, so he didn't dwell on it. He said solemnly, "I'll tell you, don't tell anyone." "Oh, tell me quickly. My mouth is sealed." "I won't tell anyone," Yu Shu urged. TSK, Jing Chen had learned to talk about conditions. It was probably because he had been deceived for a long time that he became more shrewd. "Not even your sworn brother." "I promise I won't say anything, okay?" She just praised him for being smart and he was stupid. If she wanted to tell Shui Rui, she wouldn't care about this temporary promise. "It's the Chun Jun sword." "What?" Yu Shu didn't hear it clearly the first time. So Jing Chen said it again, "The Chun Jun sword, one of the 6 founding instruments of Dun." He automatically added an annotation. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She took a deep breath and said to him with a serious face, "You're joking with me." "What a joke." Didn't Axayanya tell her that the 6 founding instruments, which were rumored to be heaven-defying, were all buried with Empress Ningjin? Where did this Chun Jun sword come from? Chapter 694. When Yu Shu heard this secret, she couldn't help but be shocked. She first heard about the 6 founding weapons when she was a student of the LoveLore Library. She was selected to be part of the procession on the day of the sacrifice. At that time, each of the 6 people held a fake bronze weapon, namely the book, sword, ruler, tripod, compass, and rui. It was said that the real weapons were buried under the emperor's mausoleum to suppress souls. As the founding emperor of De, and Emperor Anwu himself was a legendary figure, not to mention his mysterious Empress Ningjin. It was rumored that Emperor Anwu used these 6 magic treasures to lead the revolutionary army and overthrow the tyranny of the Jins against the Han people. Originally, such a legend was just a rumor. But Yu Shu got a fake Tai Ching tripod from Axayanya. She burned incense and divined. It allowed her to use the 6 lines technique, which required a high qualification of a teacher. It completely ignored her poor root bone. Furthermore, she had the black ring given to her by Daoist Qingjing, which came from the same place as the secret treasure on the emperor's body. They were both stars carved out from another of the 6 founding artifacts, the 7-star ruler. A fake and a part had such a magical effect. How could the 6 founding weapons go against the natural order? Just thinking about it made people excited and couldn't help but want to bow down and worship. Now, Jing Chen actually told her that Shui Yun brought a real thing from Mount Longhu to the capital and handed it to the Great Tipping Point. It was incredible. How do you know so clearly? First of all, Yu Shu was suspicious of the source of Jing Chen's information. The 6 founding weapons were antiques that made people want to kill and rob them. Would Mount Longhu's righteous sect be so generous as to return them to their rightful owners? Didn't they think of keeping it? She didn't believe it. Jing Chen looked down and said in a clear voice, "Do you remember that day when I met you in Yang? I used to carry 2 swords." Yes. Of course she remembered. At that time, Jing Chen was pure like a handful of spring water in the mountain stream. He wore a white Taoist robe and carried two swords that were not unsheathed. Under the bright moonlight, he appeared in front of her. He was full of righteousness and didn't provoke the world of mortals. Of those two swords, one is my sword, and the other was handed to me by Master the night before I left the mountain. He asked me to bring this information to the Celestial Commissioner. At the time, I thought it was just a gift, but now that I think about it, it might be the reason why I was hunted down in Janya. Yu Shu's eyes suddenly widened. Jing Chen's words were incoherent. Although she was confused, she still grasped the key point. Didn't the people who attacked you in the south do it to stop you from entering the capital? From the beginning, they had identified the group of people who were chasing after Jing Chen as rebels and traitors. They had a clear understanding of Jing Chen's identity as a divine calamity, so they ambushed him on his way to the capital in order to achieve their goal of destroying the fate of the Duan kingdom. Jing Chen shook his head. I thought so too, until I saw Shu Yun returning the Chun Jun sword to the Celestial Commissioner. I heard them talking. That was 2 months ago. Ever since Jing Chen and Yu Shu entered the Celestial Commissioner one after another, Shu Yun had some doubts. She had pressed Jing Chen several times to tell her who the person was, but Jing Chen was tight-lipped. She wanted to enter the Celestial Commissioner. According to her first statement, she was entrusted by her master to help sort out the Taoist classics in the Celestial Commissioner. Jing Chen didn't think much of it. He only thought that she was deliberately testing his relationship with Yu Shu, so he didn't stop her. One day, Jing Chen and the great teacher were talking in the Taishi Tower. The guard outside reported that Shu Yun had come. The great teacher asked him to hide behind the curtain. It seemed that there was something inconvenient for him to be present. After Shu Yun came in, she didn't find that the wall was eavesdropping. She asked the accompanying attendants to leave, leaving only her and the great teacher. Then she said, this time, the head of the sect asked me to bring something to Uncle Zhu. Because I was seriously injured, I didn't come until now. I hope you don't mind. The great teacher asked her calmly, I didn't hear the head mention it in the letter. What did he ask you to bring? Shu Yun smiled and said, Uncle, you don't have to test me. Since I dared to bring it down the mountain, I must know the value of Chun Jun's sword. Hearing the words, Chun Jun's sword, the great teacher's voice became solemn. In that case, thank you, Miss Shu Yun. You don't have to thank me. But I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can promise me one thing since I took the risk to bring the sword. Oh. Tell me, as long as it is within my ability, why not? Shu Yun took the opportunity to mention that she wanted to become an official of the Celestial Commissioner. The great teacher agreed without hesitation. He didn't ask why she suddenly wanted to become an official of the Celestial Commissioner. He just cared about her health. Uncle, you don't have to worry about me. I haven't fully recovered now. When I get better, I will ask for a favor from you. Having said that, she asked the great teacher to come forward and take out the sword box hidden under the wooden wheelchair. At this time, Jing Chen opened the curtain and peeked. He saw the great teacher holding a vermilion short sword. It was about 2 feet long and the sword body was black. It looked like it was made of bronze. It was an antique from a long time ago. The great teacher examined it carefully. After a while, he heard Shu Yun ask him, is there anything wrong? He then sighed and said, the 6 founding weapons are not as good as seeing. It is exactly the same as what I saw on the map. It should be real. Shu Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with a doubtful expression, she asked hesitantly, I have a small question. The great teacher's attention was still on the sword. What? It is said that 30 years ago, we told the former emperor that Chun Jun's sword was in our sect. Why did the current emperor only ask for it now? The 6 founding weapons were precious treasures. When the Dawn imperial family heard the news, shouldn't they be in a hurry to get it back? Why did they keep it on Mount Longhu? The great teacher turned his head and looked at her with a smile. He asked, how do you know that the former emperor did not ask for it? Maybe Mount Longhu is not willing to return it. Shui Yun was surprised. She then understood and said, I shouldn't have asked. I am being nosy. The great teacher shook his head and put the Chun Jun sword back into the sword box. He then suddenly said, does Jing Chen know that you brought the sword down the mountain? He does not know. She frowned and her expression became serious. I hope that uncle will keep his mouth shut. Do not let him know that I came to find you today. The great teacher nonchalantly glanced at the figure hidden behind the curtain. He turned back and stared at her. Why? It was ordered by the sect leader. I am also not sure. All right. The great teacher replied, I will not tell him. The sword was returned. Shui Yun got what she wanted and left in satisfaction. After she left, Jing Chen walked out from the darkness. He was puzzled and asked, why did you let me hide and listen to this? The great teacher held the sword box and sat back behind the table. He looked up at him and said, have you heard of the 6 founding weapons? I have heard of it. The Chun Jun sword is one of the 6 weapons. About 300 years ago, Empress Ningzhen passed away. Emperor Anwu ordered the 6 weapons to be buried with her. 100 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Shizong, he had a prince who was very rebellious. He sneaked into the forbidden area of the imperial mausoleum and stole the Chun Jun sword. He fled the capital and disappeared. The Chun Jun sword disappeared with the prince for decades. 30 years ago, on a certain day, the Chun Jun sword disappeared. On a certain day 30 years ago, the 23rd generation sect leader of Mount Longhu sent someone to the capital to meet the emperor and inform him of the whereabouts of the Chun Jun sword. It turned out that the prince who stole the treasure changed his appearance and escaped into Mount Longhu. He became a cultivator. Before he died, he repented and handed the Chun Jun sword to the sect, asking the sect to return it to the imperial court. The great teacher explained the cause. After listening, Jing Chen asked the same question as Shui Yun. It was said that it happened 30 years ago. Why did they only return the Chun Jun sword today? The great teacher did not answer him perfunctorily. He stroked the flat sword box and said meaningfully, because at that time, the head of the Zhengyi sect put forward a condition, but the former emperor did not agree. Jing Chen thought and said, then why are they willing to return it now? Of course, the condition that the former emperor did not agree to. The current emperor agreed to it. What condition? Jing Chen asked subconsciously. The great teacher smiled slightly, a secret edict. Jing Chen took 2 steps forward and asked again, why did you let me hide and eavesdrop? If I tell you the truth directly, you may not believe it, right? The great teacher looked at him with gentle eyes. He completely showed the patience that an elder should have. In fact, according to our agreement with Mount Longhu, you should have brought the Chun Jun sword back to the capital. The emperor sent Prince Yang to the south to pick you up, which was to protect you. He also escorted the Chun Jun sword back to the capital. Who knew that the Zhengyi sect did not give the sword to you, and you disappeared for no reason, so Prince Yang came empty-handed. Besides the emperor, me, and Prince Yang, who else knew your whereabouts in the capital? Why were you intercepted on the way? Have you thought about it carefully? Jing Chen followed the great teacher's lead and continued, someone leaked my whereabouts. Except for you, only the sect knew where I was going. I am a big trouble. The head and master have no reason to harm me, so the one who leaked my whereabouts is. He did not say the name, but he already had the answer in his heart. The great teacher nodded lightly and said, there are many experts in Mount Longhu who can predict good or bad luck. The elders in your sect probably predicted that you would be plotted against on the way, so they did not hand the Chun Jun sword to you. Instead, they entrusted it to your junior sister and let her go to the capital with the ninth prince to secretly bring back the Chunjun sword. Do you know why that group of thieves captured you and severely injured you, yet they left you alive and didn't eliminate you once and for all? That is because their purpose was not to kill you, but to get the 6 founding weapons that you are likely to have with you. Do you remember, when I first met you in the Celestial Commissioner, you told me that your master wanted you to bring me a sword, but you lost it on the way. I did not expect it. Today, when I saw your junior sister, I just figured out what the elders in your sect were thinking. The great teacher's eyes were cold and he said in a deep voice, before they got the secret edict of the emperor, how could they rest assured to return the Chunjun sword? They were worried that the emperor would go back on his words after getting the Chunjun sword, or send someone to snatch the treasure. So they used you as a cover. Knowing that you will not be in danger, they did not care about your safety. Who would have thought that they would have the guts to use a big trouble like you to test the waters? Hearing this, Jing Chen finally understood. The great teacher asked him to hide in the dark and eavesdrop, to let him realize that the sect, which had been very kind to him, only regarded him as a chess piece. It should have been a heavy blow, but Jing Chen did not feel very disappointed at the moment. It was probably because in his mind, Mount Longhu was no longer the home that sheltered him from the wind and rain. Why do you think your junior sister took out the Chunjun sword today? That was because the secret edict of the emperor had reached Mount Longhu. She received the news and was relieved to return the sword to its original owner. And she was afraid that you would guess the truth and be angry, so she told me to keep it a secret before she left. Jing Chen stood in the same place. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be disheartened. Master always said that the Great Way was ruthless. Was it like this? He looked bleak and whispered, "Can you tell me, as one of the 6 founding weapons, what is the use of the Chunjun sword? It was so important that the emperor compromised. What was the amazing use of this sword?" The great teacher smiled and shook his head. "I will tell you, after you and the Lifebreaker get married and have children." Back in front of her, after Jing Chen finished narrating this hidden story, Yushu did not know how to feel for a moment. Was it sympathy for Jing Chen's experience? Was it contempt for the group of sanctimonious old Taoists in Mount Longhu? Or was it the last hint of the great teacher? She rubbed her thumb with her index finger and fell into a period of contemplation. Do you think that the group of people who chased after you in Janya City was Prince Yang's men? Jing Chen looked up and met Yushu's dark eyes. He sighed and said, "I can't remember the process of me being chased." So after getting the Chunjun sword, the emperor summoned him to the palace to avoid Prince Yang's eyes and ears. He asked Zhu Qingjue to diagnose him every day. He wanted him to remember that part, so that he could follow the clues and find the culprit behind the scenes. Yushu frowned. She had long suspected that there was something wrong with Prince Yang. After all, he was the one who went to the south to meet Jing Chen under the guise of sightseeing. In the end, he did not receive Jing Chen. After returning to the capital, he announced to the public that he lost a painting and used it as a question in the Dian examination. But Prince Yang had always acted like an idle marquis. He did not care about politics. He did not have any real power in his hands and he did not form any cliques. He completely enjoyed his life and had no ambitions. If it was really him who leaked Jing Chen's whereabouts and sent people to kill Jing Chen, just to take the Chunjun sword, what was he after? Was he trying to usurp the throne? Was there something wrong with his brain? Did he think that by stealing a sword, he could command the world? It's not like it's the dragon saber. Yushu whispered. What saber? Jing Chen's ears were sharp and heard it. Yushu waved her hand, let's not talk about this. From what I see, the great teacher let you know so many things. There are only 2 purposes. One is to weaken your sense of belonging to Mount Longhu and the other is to urge you to do it with me. Don't be fooled by him. Who knows which of his words is the truth and which is a lie? I know. Also, regardless of whether it was Prince Yang's doing or not, from now on, you must be more vigilant. Don't fall into other people's trap. She casually reminded him. Hearing this, a smile floated in Jing Chen's eyes and he nodded. Yu Shu stared at him inexplicably. I've been up there for too long. I'll go down first. She went down the stairs alone and met Shui Yun, who was being pushed into the hall in a wheelchair. When Shui Yun saw her coming down the stairs, she quickly frowned. She raised her hand to signal the attendant to stop. When Yu Shu walked in front of her, she slowly said, "Is my senior brother upstairs?" Yu Shu had just heard Jing Chen's confession. She pitied him for being a little cabbage that no one loved. Her malice towards Mount Longhu rose to a whole new level. Meeting Shui Yun, she was too lazy to put on airs. She smiled coldly and said, "Don't you have long legs? Can't you go up and see for yourself?" After that, she walked a few steps forward into her room and swung her hand to close the door. Opposite her, Wen Shaoan stared behind her and hesitantly advised in a low voice, "Lord Shui's face is green." "Your Excellency, you misspoke." Yu Shu spat, "Am I afraid of her? What a troublemaker. P.S. Chapter 695. On the second day after Jing Chen returned to the princess mansion, Zhu Qingjue followed him. In order to avoid Shui Yun's eyes and ears, Jing Chen directly asked someone to bring him to Sushi Pavilion. Zhu Qingjue carried a pitch-black medicine box with him. He still looked like the wanderer of Wei Jin with wide sleeves. He looked like he was going through his routine. After sitting down, he did not exchange greetings and directly asked Jing Chen, "How did you rest these 2 days? Did you have insomnia at night?" Jing Chen answered, "Yes, I didn't sleep well." Ever since he came back from paying respects to Princess Liyue, Emperor Zhao Qing frequently asked him to stay in the palace. Every day, he called Zhu Qingjue to examine him and prescribe medicine in an attempt to make him remember the lost memory. Who knew that after drinking a few bites of his medicine, he would occasionally have nightmares and suffer from insomnia? Zhu Qingjue asked again, "Did you take the medicine on time?" "Yes." Zhu Qingjue nodded and explained again, "You were once buried with silver needles in your acupoints. This is a secret technique that has been lost in Jianghu. The method is very sinister and cruel. Fortunately, you were treated by someone who removed all the poisonous needles and did not cause more harm. The reason why you can't remember some parts is because of the sequelae. It is very difficult to recover, but His Majesty ordered me to give you a few doses of strong medicine. If you can bear it, continue to take it. If you can't bear it, you'd better explain to His Majesty. Don't force yourself. Even if it was strong medicine, there would be no lack of side effects." His master was the medicine king of Southern Miao, who specialized in treating the world's difficult and miscellaneous diseases. His method of treating and saving people was not gentle, especially when it came to the dosage. After drinking his medicine, it was normal for Jing Chen to suffer from insomnia and dreams in just a few days. This was only the first prescription. If he changed the prescription again, perhaps Jing Chen would suffer more. Zhu Qingjue was reminding Jing Chen out of kindness. However, Emperor Zhao Qing was determined to get clues from him. This illness was not something he could not treat even if he wanted to. "Brother Zhu, don't worry. When I cultivate in the mountains, I often don't sleep or rest for 3 to 5 days. The symptoms right now are not serious." Zhu Qingjue stopped there and did not try to persuade him any further. She immediately checked his pulse and examined his condition, and then wrote a new prescription. She added a few more herbs to the original one. The drug was also very strange. It was made with 2 pieces of cicada skin ground into powder and sucked through the mouth and nose before taking the medicine. Take the medicine on time every day. After 3 days, you may see results. Once you remember something, send someone to find me and I will help you. Don't delay. After reminding Jing Chen twice, Zhu Qingjue took his leave. He had no intention of chatting with Jing Chen. Jing Chen didn't urge him to stay. After thanking him, he had someone send him away. Later, he sent someone to the imperial physician's office to get the medicine according to the prescription. To Chen, Xia had Yun. To say, He Chen, Xia Chen, Wang Yu and Shu. Xia Jiangmin got up early in the morning to dress up. She changed her clothes several times in front of the mirror but was still not satisfied. She dawdled until Yu Shu came to her door. Then she chose a light yellow feather coat and dragged herself to the garden to meet her. The last time they met was at Jing Wang's wedding. After 10 days, when Yu Shu saw Xia Jiangmin again, there was a different kind of surprise. The married young lady took off her inexperienced outer clothes and added a bit of a charming charm to her. She wore a red hairpin and a tourmaline, and her entire body exuded a noble aura. She leisurely walked out from the sea of dazzling flowers, almost blinding people's eyes. Ashu. When Xia Jiangmin saw Yu Shu, she smiled happily and ran a few steps. A group of maids behind her hurried to catch up and whispered, "Wang Fei, be careful not to sprain your ankle." Hearing this, Xia Jiangmin resentfully dragged her overly long skirt as she walked step by step in front of Yu Shu. She was helped to sit down. She then looked Yu Shu up and down and sweetly said, "You haven't come to see me for so long. If I didn't send someone to invite you, would you have forgotten about me?" Yu Shu shook her head with a smile. Seeing her like this, she guessed that Lu Tan treated her very well. The two talked for a while before Xia Jiangmin shooed away the surrounding servants. She then intimately pulled Yu Shu's hand and shook it. She glanced at the crowd that had retreated to the distance and complained in a small voice, "It's so annoying. You have to follow me everywhere. I can't even leave the front door of the Wang Fu all day long." Yu Shu asked her, "Why doesn't Wang Yi allow you to go out?" She had the experience of running away from home once. Before she got married, for insurance, Xia Jianghe forbade his daughter to go out. Now that Xia Jiangmin had married into the Wang Fu, there was no reason for Lu Tan to be so strict with her. "That's not it," Xia Jiangmin hurriedly defended Lu Tan. "When Wang Yi is free, he also takes me out to relax. It's just that we sit in the carriage all the way, and everywhere we go has to be cleared. It's really boring." Yu Shu suddenly understood. With Xia Jiangmin's lively and active personality, she really couldn't adapt to living a regular life. "Bear it, you'll get used to it. You don't know how many people envy your current life. It's not that you haven't suffered with me. You have everything you need. It's a blessing from your previous life." Even if Yu Shu had a way to take her out to have fun, she wouldn't encourage her. After all, her identity was different. As a Wang Fei, she couldn't do whatever she wanted. Lu Tan had unspeakable ambitions. She should restrain her temper. Otherwise, if one day she caused trouble and caused a gap between husband and wife, it would be harming her. As she said this, Xia Jiangmin couldn't help but recall the disaster on the river a year ago. They worked hard to get to the capital. They got up from dawn to dusk in the small courtyard on Huixing Street just to make a living. She sighed and felt emotional. She didn't have the mood to complain and turned to ask about Yu Shu's recent situation. There were some bad things that Yu Shu couldn't say to others, but she could tell her. For example, a while ago, Madame Yin and Deng made trouble for her. She schemed to ruin her reputation, locked her in the room to burn the earth dragon, and forced her to take off her clothes to embarrass herself. Hearing this, Xia Jiangmin was angry. Because there were people in the distance, she could only scold in a low voice. "This evil woman, she's so vicious. She's just a 5th-level official's wife. Who does her son think he is? A toad wants to eat swan meat, and he dares to dream of marrying you. Before Xia Jiangmin became a Wang Fei, she was the young miss of the Jiangnan Xia Jiang family. Her father was the head of the family and her late grandmother was Princess Xingwen of the Yin dynasty. Even though she didn't have an official position, she had a real name. The Xia Jiang surname looked down on the thousands of guests in the south. The Xia Jiang family had a wide range of connections. Xia Jiangmin had seen many officials and nobles since she was young. A 5th-grade official's wife, even in the past, she wouldn't have paid any attention. My mother used to be a maid in her family. I can't blame her for looking down on me. I also blame myself for being careless and falling into her trap. Yu Shu reflected. Xia Jiangmin said hatefully, you can't forgive her. She will think that you are easy to bully and come back to harm you. Think about it. If this thing gets out, how will you get married in the future? Yu Shu thought, even if this didn't happen, it would be a problem for her to get married in this life. I can't forgive her, Yu Shu told her about her personal revenge. If she doesn't come to me to apologize, her children won't be able to marry in the future. She burned the marriage contract as a warning to let Madame Yin and Deng know that she was not to be trifled with. If she was smart, she would come to her early to apologize. If she didn't know what was good for her and wanted to fight with her, she didn't mind accompanying her to the end. That's how it should be, Xia Jiangmin clapped and cheered. At least she had vented her anger. Seeing the cold light in Yu Shu's eyes, she suddenly thought of a saying, evil people will be tortured by evil people. That's not right, Ashu isn't an evil person. Admiring the flowers and drinking, the two of them shared their worries. Finding out that Lu Tan wasn't coming back at noon, Yu Shu stayed for the noon meal. It was hard to avoid drinking a few cups of thick wine during the meal. After getting drunk, she rested at Xia Jiangmin's place for an afternoon nap. When she woke up in the afternoon, she drank a bowl of the special hangover soup of Jing Wang Fu. Then, under the reluctance of the beautiful Wang Fei, she left in high spirits. In the afternoon, before the sun had set, Bai Chuan Academy was dismissed. Yu Xiaoxiu went to He Fangji's medical shop to work as an apprentice while Bai Ran returned to the Fu alone. He didn't dare to forget Yu Shu's orders. From this month onwards, he had to teach a Yahuan by her side how to read. Returning to the little young master's courtyard, Bai Ran took out the 3-character classic that he had previously copied out and placed it on the table. He also prepared the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He heard that the little Yahuan could recognize a few words, so he planned to start teaching her from the basics and then move on step by step. Yu Shu said for him to casually teach her, so he wouldn't really do it half-heartedly. Seeing that no one had come after 5:00, he thought for a bit and got up to wait outside the door. A short while later, he saw a petite figure running down the long corridor not far away, heading straight here. Bai Ran hadn't seen the Yahuan called Little Kue Zi before, so when she ran closer, he asked, "Is it Little Kue Gunyang?" Because Bei Kue had some matters to attend to in the afternoon, she came late and ran all the way here. Suddenly, she heard someone call, "Little Kue." She looked over with a pair of large eyes and saw that under the old elm tree at the entrance of the young master's courtyard, there was a youth standing ramrod straight. In the next moment, she stopped in her tracks and stared blankly at the faint green light that shrouded that person's fair forehead. Bai Ran saw that the other was standing foolishly with a pair of large round eyes, just like a frightened rabbit. He was baffled and couldn't help but walk 2 steps closer to ask again, "Excuse me, are you Little Kue?" And Bei Kue suddenly came back to her senses. She rubbed her eyes and stared at his forehead again and again to confirm that it was not her eyes that were playing tricks on her. This time, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she stuttered, I am Kue Zi. Are you Bai Ran Gij? Byran frowned, thinking that this little girl was so delicate and beautiful, but she turned out to be a stutterer. What a pity. Feeling sympathy in his heart, he couldn't help but soften his tone. He gently nodded and said to her, I am Byran. Eldest Miss asked me to teach you how to read and write. Come with me. After saying that, he turned around and walked inside. And Bei Kuei followed him step by step. Her mind was full of the glimpse of the green light just now. She was born with yin and yang eyes. She could see the ghost light on the body of the dead. She could also see the spirit light of the living people who were about to die. From Dongyin to Duan, before today, she only saw a living person with a spirit light that didn't appear on the head, but shrouded in the eyebrows. Now, she saw a second person. And Bei Kuei absent-mindedly studied with Byran for an hour. It wasn't until Yu Xiaoxiu was about to return that Byran assigned her homework and told her, let's stop here for today and come back tomorrow. Only then did she hurriedly leave. Byran only thought that she was still young and playful, so he didn't think much about it. However, he didn't know that he had inadvertently exposed a shocking secret to others. And Bei Kuei ran all the way back to the North Palace. She bumped into Axayan at the door and knew that Yu Shu had returned. Panting, she found her way to the upper room. Master. Yu Shu was changing her clothes in the room. She took off her official robe and took off her black muslin hairpin. She was only wearing a white shirt and was sitting on the couch, letting Yundo loosen her hair. She opened her collar and saw Bei Kuei barging in recklessly. Yundo put on a straight face and scolded in a low voice, why didn't you knock? The first rule of the North Palace was to knock on the door when entering and exiting, especially Yu Shu's bedroom and study. No one was allowed to enter without permission. After all, Yundo had been a head maidservant for a few months. She was in charge of more than a dozen people and was getting more and more imposing. And Bei Kuei didn't talk back. She immediately knelt down and whispered to Yu Shu, Master, please punish me later. I have something to report. Yu Shu wasn't angry. She took the comb and waved her hand to let Yundo go see if dinner was delivered. After she left, only the master and servant were left in the room. And Bei Kuei didn't get up from her kneeling position. She knelt in front of Yu Shu and carefully said, Master, I saw a person today. Just like you, there was a divine light on his forehead. Yu Shu was combing a lock of hair. Hearing this, she suddenly looked up, causing her scalp to go numb. Gritting her teeth, she pressed down on Bei Kuei's shoulder and asked her to look up. Her eyes lit up and she asked sternly, Who? Where did you see him? God, did she really catch a fellow townsman? Chapter 696. When Yu Shu first took Biki in, she learned from her that she was extraordinary, so she imagined that there might be someone in this world like her, who came from 500 years in the future. This thought made her feel both excited and worried. She was excited because as a foreigner, she could meet a fellow countryman. It really made her feel an indescribable excitement. She was worried because if the other person was not the same as her, then it was very likely that he would become a potential threat to her in this world. She had been secretly conflicted about this. Until now, when she confirmed the existence of such a person through Biki's special ability, she actually let out a sigh of relief. There was no other reason than that this fellow countryman was a servant she had bought from the Providers Institute. With such an identity, no matter what, he would not be able to make waves under her hands. This dispelled her unnecessary worry. The rest was purely the excitement of finding a fellow countryman. And Biki secretly looked at the shocked and happy expression on Yu Shu's face. She was very nervous and called out, Master. Yu Shu came back to her senses and realized that she had been holding on to this child. She quickly let go of her hand and gently rubbed her shoulder. She said with a smile, "Well done, Biki. You should be rewarded. If there is anything you want, just say it." Only then did Biki relax. Hearing Yushu's praise, she smiled shyly and knelt at Yushu's feet. She shook her head and said sincerely, "This servant doesn't want anything, as long as you are happy." If someone else said this, it would be hypocritical, but Yushu knew that it was difficult for Biki to maintain a pure heart. She said that she didn't want a reward because she had never wanted to take credit for it. She just wanted to please her. How can that be? I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. Yushu patted her little head. After thinking for a moment, she touched the lanyard on her neck and took it off. It was a goose carved from white crystal. It was only the size of an almond and had the effect of helping people sleep. She had worn it for many days. And Bakue watched as Yushu took off her undergarments and put them on her neck. She was flattered and hurriedly refused, "This servant doesn't dare." Yushu ignored her and smiled as she put the white crystal on her head. She said, "You have a pair of eyes more than anyone else in this world. You have to go through hardships that others can't even imagine. Wandering in a foreign land, alone in the dead of night, I'm afraid you will be sad and lonely. You won't know your future. This crystal goose was personally raised by me. I hope it will let you have a good dream and sleep well so that you won't be troubled by the past." These words were directed at Biki, but they also seemed like her monologue. The warm crystal pendant was pressed against her chest. In an instant, Biki's eyes welled up with tears. She had been hiding her deep fears for the past few days, but Yushu's words had exposed them. She felt endless sorrow. In an instant, she recalled many dark memories. Those unrecognizable corpses, those cruel training, and the days that made her so miserable that she wanted to die were gone forever. "Master, thank you, Master." She choked with sobs and crawled at the feet of Yushu. Her gratitude was overflowing from her chest. Yushu let Biki hold the corner of her clothes and wiped her tears. There was a rare pity, but there was no impatience. Fortunately, Biki didn't dwell on it for too long. She stopped crying and looked up, waiting for her instructions. Yushu coughed and pulled the corner of her clothes out of her hands. She said, "Tell me, what did Byran teach you today?" Biki said, "He taught me to read the 3-character classic. He explained the meaning and recognized more than a dozen new words. He also said that I should copy the first few sentences 10 times and show it to him tomorrow. At that time, he asked me to write it down from memory." Yushu nodded. Since she found Byran suspicious, she first had to confirm whether he came from the same place as her. The 3-character classic. Yushu thought for a while and came up with an idea. She naturally wouldn't come forward to discuss his origin with Byran, but she could let Biki test him first. "What did he teach you?" "At the beginning of man, his nature is good. His nature is similar, but his habits are different." She had just learned a few sentences not long ago. She recited them without any difficulty. Yushu nodded. "Well, Biki, I will give you a task. From tomorrow onwards, you will go to Byran's place to study. Pay more attention to his words and actions. Later, when you go to see him tomorrow, he will ask you to write down your homework. Don't write it according to what he taught you. Come here, I will write it for you." After saying that, she got up and put on her shoes. She walked to the small window. She had a pen, ink, and paper in her bedroom, so that she could write down some essays. Yushu took Biki to the table and asked her to grind the ink and paper. She wrote down the passages of 3-character classic she had just memorized, but she used simplified characters that were commonly used 500 years later. "Copy it and write it down when you go back at night." Biki didn't ask for the reason, nor was she curious why Yushu's writing looked different from what she had learned. She just copied it honestly. Yushu guided her to make sure that she didn't make any mistakes. Then, Yushu burned the simplified characters she had written first into ashes. She opened the window to let in some fresh air and looked at the confused Abe Kuei with a smile. I don't need you to serve me here. Go and rest. And Biki obediently retreated. Yushu walked around the room alone. She couldn't help but feel restless. It took her a while to calm down. She put on her coat and turned to the study. She was worried. She needed to burn incense to make a divination. She wanted to know whether Bai Ran, the variable, was good or bad for her. When Lu Tan returned to the Wang Fu in the evening, he heard that Yushu would stay until the afternoon before leaving. Looking at Xia Jiangmin's good mood, he felt that his arrangement was not wrong. Not only could he make his lovely wife happy, he could also let Yushu maintain a close relationship with Jing Wang Fu. Xia Jiangmin was like a butterfly circling around Lu Tan. One moment she talked about how beautiful the chrysanthemums in the garden were, the next moment she talked about the jokes Yushu told her today. As for what Yushu had warned her not to mention in front of Lu Tan, she didn't say a single word. Lu Tan tasted the tea that she had personally brewed and casually asked, I see that you and Lotus Fong Gunyang get along so well, but I've never heard you say when did you meet? Xia Jiangmin instantly paused. Her eyes flashed twice and she pursed her lips as she sat next to him. She smiled and said, long ago, I came to Jing to visit my Si Jia. At that time, Lotus Fong was still an examinee. She set up a stall on the south street of the city to tell people's fortunes. I met her by chance. Because there weren't many friends or relatives in Jing, we kept in touch. After a while, we became familiar. The fact that she had run away from home was purposely concealed by the Xia Jiang family. This matter could not be known by Lu Tan. Luckily, there were only a few people who knew. Yushu had already helped her secretly pass a message to Jing Qin. They wouldn't leak anything. So that's how it is. You two are fated. Lu Tan didn't seem to suspect anything. After accompanying her for a while, he went to the study in the outer yard to see his guests. After Lu Tan opened his fu, he recruited many knowledgeable people at the Shuangyang conference. A considerable portion of them didn't enter officialdom and became his guests. They were kept in another courtyard and provided food and drink. Every day, they came to the outer yard to see him, discuss politics, and give him advice. When Emperor Zhao Qing rewarded him, he bestowed 1,000 taels of gold and countless treasures. Imperial consort Xue also secretly gave him a few properties that she had previously sent people to manage in Jing. Other than that, there was also the assistance of the large and influential Xue family. Just the copper coins that Xue Lingnan sent into Jing Wang Fu were loaded with more than a dozen carts. This didn't even include the 10 li of red dowry that the Xia Jiang family carried into Jing Wang Fu. Therefore, when Lu Tan, an imperial prince who had cultivated outside for many years, returned to Jing, he didn't lack money to spend. Therefore, it didn't take any effort to raise such a large group of idlers. Today's topic was on the topic of what benefit does the flourishing of the Tao bring to the flourishing of the country. Lu Tan was in high spirits until the end of the topic. He was still unsatisfied. He sent away a group of hangers-on, turned around, and went to the south striding courtyard to look for his most trusted advisor, Helan Cho. When all was said and done, Lu Tan was only 17 years old. He was still young and always had some worries that he didn't have anyone to confide in. In the past, he had lived on Mount Longhu and didn't have many people to enlighten him. After returning to Jing, even though there were a few elders of virtue and prestige, he had to be cautious in his words and actions. Only Helan Cho, who was old enough and had experienced many hardships in life, had become Lu Tan's confidant. In the 10 years I spent on the mountain, everything I learned and saw was related to the Tao. At first, I thought it would be of no benefit to the affairs of the country. But after thinking about it, all things in this world are related to the word reason. There is a Tao in governing a country and a Tao in being a person. Often, a sentence of Tao hides a great mystery that only needs to be unraveled. For example, in the Xingyi, there is a saying, upholding the Tao is benevolent and virtuous, Chuanjin is restored to Taihe, utmost sincerity is declared in the Jade Code, loyalty and righteousness are performed in the Golden Section. Lu Tan vented his frustrations, and Helenchu listened attentively from beginning to end. His eyes were filled with hope. He believed that this young prince, who was bold and decisive, already had the embryonic form of a wise ruler. After venting, Lu Tan finally felt carefree and relaxed. He calmed down and listened to He Lanchu's words of consolation. Finally, he suggested, ever since your highness returned to the capital, you have been buried in official business all day. You are too diligent, and this has tortured your mind. If you have time, why don't you invite a few friends and relatives to go out and play? If you don't want to go too far, there are many good places in Jing. Hearing this, Lu Tan was interested and asked, Teacher, please tell me about it. The lookout pavilion on Jade Lion Lake, the concubine courtyard at the head of Shisi Bridge, and the ginger house in Apricot Rain Lane. Lu Tan frowned slightly. I have been to the lookout pavilion and the ginger house. Isn't the concubine courtyard a place to deal with criminals? What is there to go to? He Lancho only smiled. Seeing that Lu Tan did not think much of it, he did not go into detail. There is a wonderful person hidden in there. Lu Tan noted down his words, then he changed the topic and said, we can go to the Hengwu mansion to relax. I haven't seen my cousin brother Shui Rui in private for a while, so I'll look for him first. Helenchu secretly thought that Lu Tan's handling of matters was still lacking in slyness. His intelligence was sufficient, but he lacked vision and methods. The eldest young master of the Shui family was like a dragon in the clouds. If Lu Tan wanted to use him, it would not be so easy. As a result, He Lancho suggested, why don't we invite Daozi to accompany us? The three of us will go together. Wouldn't that be perfect? Chapter 697. Lu Tan invited Shui Rui and Jing Chen to the Hengwu building to listen to the opera. The two did not decline and arranged a date. That evening, Lu Tan and Jing Chen arrived first and entered the Cypress and Pines building. Because there were only 3 of them, they did not bring anyone else, so they did not go up to the top floor. Instead, they asked for a private room on the 2nd floor, which could accommodate a small opera troupe. After listening to the short report, Shui Rui arrived late. He was ushered into the door by the Imperial Guard who was waiting downstairs. When he rolled up the curtain, he saw a female character in colorful clothes and a pink face standing on the short stage. She was swinging her sleeves lightly as she turned her head back to say something. Her entire body was elegant and beautiful, and her body was delicate and gentle. She was one of the most pitiful characters here, Du Qing'e. Shui Rui only glanced at her before withdrawing his gaze. On the other side, Lu Tan saw him walk in and put down his teacup. He smiled and said, Cousin, where did you come from? Shui Rui sighed and said truthfully, I was originally resting in the afternoon, but before I left, I was called by the Ministry of Justice to go to the Supreme Court to interrogate 2 important criminals. That is why I am late. Your Highness, please do not blame me. Although Lu Tan called him cousin, there was a difference between a ruler and a subject. Even though they were close, it was not to the point where there was no distinction between them. Therefore, Shui Rui had always treated Lu Tan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, neither distant nor close. Lu Tan waved his hand and did not blame him. Brother Shui. Jing Chen cupped his hands in greeting. Shui Rui nodded in return and sat down on the empty seat on the left of Lu Tan. On the stage was Du Qing'e's signature opera, Du Shenyang. This was a famous song. It told the story of a famous prostitute in Jianghuai during the reign of Emperor Shizong. She met an unlucky man and committed suicide by drowning herself in the river. This story had been told for a long time. Because Du Qing'e had the same surname as the pitiful and respectable woman in the story, Shenyang, and because she was both talented and beautiful, she became the #1 performer of Hangwu Hall. If it was not the children of the nobility who entered the chaste and cypress building, it would be very difficult for outsiders to listen to her song. Ever since Shui Rui entered the room, Du Qing'e's eyes would occasionally glance over. When she reached the end of her song, it was the most melancholic. If you don't know how to flirt, don't talk nonsense. Just the word love is a waste of effort. If you can understand the word love, you wouldn't be ashamed to call yourself a flirt. Lu Tan cast a glance at Shui Rui as if he had sensed something. Prince Ning had been released from house arrest a while ago and had a seat in the upper study room again, so he had some say. However, Lu Tan was young and weak, so he did not dare to make a rash proposal. Lu Tan was not convinced, but he could not find out the truth from Shui Lingnan's words. So he settled for the next best thing, which was to dig out political opinions from Shui Rui. Shui Rui looked at Lu Tan's inquisitive expression and confirmed that he did not know about his relationship with Jiang Huaying. Then he slowly fanned the Mujiang fan in his hand and said, hundreds of years ago, when the Tang Empire was ruling, there were Beech, Silla, and Goguryeo on the other side of the East Sea. Beech once invaded Silla, and the Tang Empire sent troops to help, but Beech was defeated. According to historical records, after Beech was defeated, they turned to Neon for help. So, Neon and Beech joined forces and gathered troops to go to the mouth of the Bai River to fight the Tang army. In the end, Neon and Beech were defeated, and Beech was destroyed. This is the only time in history that the Central Plains fought with Neon. Although the Han won, it was Beech who destroyed the country. Now, Silla no longer exists. Only Neon still exists in the world after several generations, and it has developed great ambitions. Your Highness, do you think that sending troops across the sea to attack Dongying is really an easy task? Lu Tan was deep in thought. He seemed to have gained some inspiration from Shui Rui's words. Before he could understand, he heard Shui Rui say something meaningful: the peace of a country will lead to laziness after a long time. War is a must, but it is not the right time. Lu Tan almost blurted out, if it is not the right time now, then when will it be? Shui Rui suddenly put away his serious expression. He twirled his fan and said to himself, it is my shallow opinion. Your Highness, you can just listen to it. There is no need to take it seriously. Lu Tan was puzzled in his heart, but he didn't want to reveal himself in front of Shui Rui, so he smiled and changed the topic. Cousin brother's fan has distinct muscles and bones. I can tell with a single glance that it's not an ordinary object. May I know where you got it from? Shui Rui curled up the corner of his mouth and said, it was a gift from someone. It is my beloved object. Jing Chen had been listening quietly. He glanced at the amethyst fan pendant hanging at the end of the fan handle in Shui Rui's hand and suddenly said, is it a gift from Xiaoyu? Shui Rui looked back at him, and the smile on his face disappeared. He nodded and said, it is a birthday gift from her. She said it can drive away evil spirits. Jing Chen saw that Shui Rui loved the fan so much that he could not put it down. His 5 senses were very sensitive, so he could naturally sense that the yang wood qi on the fan was very thick. It was a treasure. Jing Chen's feelings towards Shui Rui were a little complicated. On one hand, he was Yushu's trusted big brother. Jing Chen was grateful to him for taking care of Yushu. On the other hand, Jing Chen could not help but be afraid of him. This person knew everything about them, and he had also seen Yunhua. He was not sure if he could keep this secret. If he leaked something or had bad intentions, the first person to suffer would be Yu Shu. She cares a lot about you, her big brother. Jing Chen said in his heart, so you must not let her down. Shui Rui raised his eyebrows. He wanted to say something, but because of Lu Tan's presence, he held back. He thought, she also cares a lot about you, but you let her down. In the end, he only replied, I know. How can I not understand her kindness? Lu Tan could not understand the two of them talking in riddles. Since he mentioned Yu Shu, he brought the topic to her and said, speaking of which, Miss Lotus Room has been in Kunling Bureau for 3 months. When she passes the assessment, she can go to the court to discuss politics. At that time, we must congratulate her properly. Soon. As Yu Shu's direct superior, Jing Chen had a lot of say. Today, the Grand Commissioner asked me about Yu Shu's tenure. Her assessment should be arranged in the next few days. The assessment of Kunling Bureau was divided into 2 parts. The Grand Commissioner personally presided over the chief officers of the 3 departments and 2 bureaus. Tai Ching-si supervised from the side. The rest was the responsibility of the chief officers of each department. Tai Ching-si retained the right to report to avoid favoritism. Yu Shu had officially taken up her post the day before the aquatic conference. It had been almost 3 months, and she was about to undergo her first evaluation as an official, as well as the most important one. This was related to whether or not she could continue to stay in her current position, as well as obtain the right to discuss politics in the royal court. Going to the court to meet the emperor and participating in state affairs was the threshold of an official's career. Many officials worked hard for their entire lives, but stopped at the Meridian Gate and never got a chance. Only by taking this step would there be greater opportunities, and only then would they be able to fight for greater power. There shouldn't be any problems, Lu Tan said. Youngest martial aunt is serving as a Shaoqing in Tai Ching-si. We are all on the same side. If there are no accidents, she will pass the assessment. On the same side, ha ha ha. Only Lu Tan, who didn't know the truth, could say this. Jing Chen and Shui Rui looked at each other, each worried. Jing Chen suspected that Shui Yun was deliberately targeting Yu Shu. Shui Rui knew how much Yu Shu disliked Jing Chen's junior sister. As they spoke, the stage was set up. The next play was a martial arts play called Wanderer. Lu Tan liked it. The martial artist came up and performed a set of sword techniques. Lu Tan raised his hand and rewarded him with an ingot of gold. Shui Rui watched for a while and found an excuse to leave. Jing Chen was even less interested in these showy but impractical moves, and also went outside to get some fresh air. The 2 of them went to the bridge between Pines and Cypress's house and Fragrant Grass House. The bright moon was in the sky. A sudden burst of cheers came from the opposite building, causing the 2 of them to look sideways. It sounded like someone was telling a story in the hall. Shui Rui and Jing Chen originally had nothing to say, but Jing Chen had good hearing. He tilted his head and listened for a moment. He smiled and turned back, saying, he's telling a story about the aquatic and land conference. It's about little you cleverly breaking the Donging envoy's trick and summoning the wind and rain outside Fengqing Palace. As soon as he finished, his expression changed and he frowned. Without waiting for Shui Rui to speak, he turned around and strode toward the opposite building. Shui Rui was bewildered by this sudden action of his, and he hesitated for a moment before choosing to follow up. After passing through layers of soundproof curtains, the lights in front of them were brightly lit. The 2 of them walked to the corridor on the 2nd floor. Before they stood still, they heard an ear-piercing voice shouting impudently in the midst of the noise downstairs. Chapter 698. The Water and Continent meet was first told by Heng Wu Mansion, and its popularity hadn't died down yet. The story wasn't long either, so the Fragrant Grass Pavilion would arrange a story every few days, with a storyteller telling the story to warm up the scene. Everyone was listening excitedly, and the storyteller on the stage was describing and praising the main character of the story, the wise and brave female messenger Miao Ling, who had an extraordinary background. Suddenly, someone stood up and scolded him. The hall was in a mess. Yin Yuanbua, who was sitting in the front row, stepped on a chair with the smell of alcohol. He slammed the teacup in his hand on the table and shouted, "You didn't hear me clearly. Then I'll say it again. What bullsh** T female fortune teller, female immortal. She's just a shameless, licentious, stinky woman." Yin Yuanbo looked around and found that every guest in the hall was looking at him. Many people were pointing at him, and soon, someone recognized him. "Hey, isn't this Third Master Yin? Are you drunk? Why are you here to act like a drunkard? I say, Third Master Yin, you can't say things like that. She's a pure and innocent woman. How can you slander her like this?" Yin Yuanbo's eyes darted around, but he couldn't figure out which one of them was sent by Prince Ning to act with him. He spat on the ground and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Innocent my ass. I'll let you know that the female immortal you're talking about was born by my family servant. A few days ago, my mother had a birthday party, and we invited her and her mother. Who would have thought that she would come to my house and find out that my cousin, Yin Yuanrong, was also in the mansion? She took off her clothes in the wing room in the backyard and tempted my third cousin to go there. Seeing her naked, if I hadn't followed her, I would have been blamed by her. I saw it with my own eyes. If I lie to you, I'll kill my parents." His spittle flew everywhere as he spoke. Although his last curse was disrespectful to his parents, there was a group of people who believed him immediately. They all started talking at once, and there were a few lechers who winked at him and said some vulgar things. For a moment, Yin Yuanbo felt very happy. He felt that he had avenged his mother and smeared Yin Yuanrong's face again. But he still felt that it was not enough. "If you don't believe me, I'll tell you. That Yu Lianfang took off her clothes and there was a red mole on her left breast. I saw it very clearly." Shut up." Yin Yuanbo paused and subconsciously turned his head. A white light flashed in front of his eyes. Something flew past his head and exploded on the table behind him. Bang! The sound of something breaking could be heard. Yin Yuanbo's head was a little dizzy, and it took him a moment to realize that someone had smashed his head with a cup upstairs. The next moment, he cried out in shock and covered his head. He lost his balance and tumbled down from the chair. Plop! "Which bastard plotted against your grandpa?" Yin Yuanbo was shocked. He wiped the blood from his forehead, and his face turned pale in an instant. The bustling Fragrant Grass Pavilion was now unusually quiet. When everyone saw Yin Yuanbo's disheveled appearance, they all looked up at the second floor. On the second floor, Jing Chen turned around to look at Shui Rui in astonishment. He'd just spoken out to stop Shui Rui, yet Shui Rui didn't say a word and actually directly grabbed the tea set of the customer beside him and smashed the customer's head. There was a distance between the second and the first floor, but it was obvious how much strength Shui Rui had used to hit someone's head so accurately and ruthlessly. Shui Rui's expression was as cold as frost. He was still holding a fan in one hand. He lifted his robe, turned around, and strode down the stairs. Jing Chen was stunned for a moment, so he fell behind. Some people had already recognized Shui Rui, but they did not dare to make a sound. The visitors in the hall consciously made way for him. Only Yin Yuanbo did not know who had smashed his head. He sat on the ground and cursed, trying to get up. Shui Rui quickly walked in front of Yin Yuanbo. Without saying a word, he stretched out his leg and stepped on Yin Yuanbo's shoulder. Yin Yuanbo, who was about to get up, fell back to the ground with his limbs facing the sky. Yin Yuanbo let out a muffled groan and broke out in cold sweat from the pain. He lay on the ground in a daze. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. It's you. Shui Rui was so angry that he laughed. I was the one who smashed your head. What are you going to do about it? He only regretted that he did not stop him in time and shut this bastard's mouth, allowing him to insult his sweetheart in such an unclear manner. Yin Yuanbo's face alternated between red and white. He relied on the fact that he was the grandson of the Yin clan and was used to acting like a tyrant in the outside world. There were very few people in the capital city that he would be afraid of, and Shui Rui before him was one of them. He was the eldest son of Prime Minister Shui's residence. He was someone who was as famous as his third cousin, Yin Yuanrong, whom he envied and was jealous of. He knew that he could not provoke him, but he was not willing to be beaten for nothing. Shui Qingbi, don't go too far. Yin Yuanbo shouted at Shui Rui without confidence. You are an official of the imperial court, but you still hurt someone. You broke the law unknowingly. Do you believe that I will not report you to the Supreme Court? Shui Rui calmly pulled over a chair and sat down politely. He opened his fan with a swoosh and waved it lightly as he looked at him coldly. You do not have any scholarly rank, but you insulted an official of the imperial court in public. Based on your crime, you should be punished with 50 strokes of the cane. I am the junior minister of the Supreme Court and have the authority to punish you. Beating you to death is justified. The authority of the Supreme Court was higher than that of the Ministry of Justice. If the Ministry of Justice and the Yamen were to deal with the common people, then the Supreme Court was to deal with the aristocrats. Yin Yuanbo was scared when he heard this. He shivered and turned around, trying to crawl away. He could not afford to offend him, but he could hide. But the moment he moved, Shui Rui stretched out his long leg and kicked his calf, causing him to fall to the ground again. I haven't finished speaking. Where do you think you are going? Shui Rui's kick was very heavy. Yin Yuanbo felt that the bones in his leg were about to break. He was in so much pain that tears came out. He hugged his leg and screamed. Someone, come. Murder. Go and report it to the officials. Help. Shui Rui did not blink and kicked his buttocks again. Shut up. If you dare to move again, I will break your leg. Yin Yuanbo was in so much pain that he convulsed. He had never suffered such a loss before. He was so scared that he did not dare to move again. He lay on the ground and whimpered. Seeing his useless appearance, someone could not help but sneer. There were also some who saw that the situation was not good and wanted to take advantage of the chaos to sneak out. Shui Rui glanced at them from the corner of his eyes and turned around to instruct Jing Qin. Brother Jing, please don't let anyone leave before the matter is cleared up. Jing Qin nodded. He was also angry that the man had slandered Yu Shu. But he knew that he could not compare to Shui Rui in dealing with things, so he listened to his orders. He frowned at the man on the ground and turned to guard the stairs and the door. With his ability, there were hundreds of guests here. Unless they could fly, none of them would be able to escape under his watch. Third Master Yin, right? Shui Rui wasn't familiar with Yin Yuanbo. He only recognized that Yin Yuanbo was a young master of the Yin clan, and he was the cousin of that bastard Yin Yuanrong, yet he was unable to recall Yin Yuanbo's name. Let me ask you, why did you slander an official of the imperial court? Does official Yu of the Celestial Commissioner have a grudge against you? Although Shui Rui was angry, he still had his reason. Today's farce was obviously deliberately arranged by someone. If Yin Yuanbo's word spread, whether it was true or not, Yu Shu's reputation would be in danger and the other party's goal would be achieved. With so many people here, it was impossible to shut their mouths and stop them from talking nonsense. So the most important thing now was to change the topic before the rumor spread. Yin Yuanbo was a stubborn person. Even though his head was bleeding, he still stubbornly said, "How did I slander her? I'm telling the truth. I can swear. If you don't believe me, you can ask my cousin to verify it. Let's see if I'm lying or it's true." He wanted to get away as soon as possible, but he refused to change his words. He thought that Shui Rui would let him go if he said that. Unexpectedly, Shui Rui sneered and raised his voice. "Where's the steward?" Very quickly, someone ran forward. In fact, there was a steward on every floor of the Fragrant Grass Pavilion. Just now, the incident was too sudden. When Shui Rui showed up, the steward selectively pretended to be deaf and mute. Now that he was called, he stood up. "Lord Shui, this lowly one is Sun Wu. Sun Wu, send someone to the neighboring street to find third young Master Yin and tell him about the situation here. He can decide whether to come or not." Shui Rui was very clear about Yin Yuanrong's character. He wouldn't be at home at this time of night. He must be having fun in the red light district. There were more than 10 brothels on the neighboring street. It was said that there was a new courtesan there. Yin Yuanrong was most likely there at this time. "Ah, this lowly one will go now." Sun Wu agreed and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Yin Yuanbo, who was lying on the ground, was dumbfounded. He only said it casually, but why did Shui Rui really go to find someone? He felt guilty for a moment. He comforted himself, "What's there to be afraid of? I didn't say anything false. At most, I'm just exaggerating." On the other hand, Shui Rui concluded that Yin Yuanbo was bullshitting. Not to mention anything else, just based on the last point, he had once taken advantage of a beautiful woman. How could he not know whether there was a mole on Yushu's chest? However, this matter couldn't be verified. After all, he couldn't let Yushu take off her clothes and let others examine her body. The more Shui Rui thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Looking at Yin Yuanbo, who was smeared with blood on the ground, he felt that Yin Yuanbo was wretched and hateful. When he came back to his senses, he kicked him again. "Ouch!" Yin Yuanbo cried out in pain. Tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at Shui Rui with hatred and grievance. How could he not move? He had to be kicked. He shouldn't be like this. He looked around in fear, trying to find Prince Ning's subordinates to save him. However, after looking around, he couldn't tell who was on his side. Shui Rui stood up and cupped his hands in front of his chest. He said apologetically, "Please forgive me. What happened today concerns the reputation of the imperial court. Please don't leave until you get to the bottom of it." The people who came here to spend money were all people who had free time, and they were just here to watch a good show. Even if Shui Rui didn't say anything, there wouldn't be many people who wanted to leave, but since Shui Rui was so courteous, they still felt good in their hearts. In this way, no one wanted to leave. The group of people accompanied Shui Rui until Sun Wu ran in from outside, panting. "He's here, he's here. The third Master Yin is here." As soon as he finished speaking, the real third Master Yin, who was wearing a flashy pink tunic and waving a paper fan, swaggered in from the door. "You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.